your lips to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the sea.
Hey everybody, we made it. I hope you all made it, right? We got some Twitch people with us today because we're doing a new thing. Twitch has completely shot itself in the proverbial foot, and they're making it really hard for people to do, like me, to do things like simulcast. So
Because
for
it was so peaceful.
Oh my
up
God!
here, but now there are freaking
communist invading radicals. Thank you for the follow, fellow communist invading radicals. Yeah, thank you for the subscription. That's right. I gotta get my head in the YouTube game. Usually, I'm streaming both places at the same time. Now we're not sure if that's gonna be doable because they put the no simulcast rule, which I didn't know was in my contract. Apparently, it's now in the terms of service, so they made it really explicit. And I don't want to be the test subject for, like, you know, the first people to get banned, right? So we're gonna try to be safe for now. We're gonna see what goes. You know, see how it goes. Just got back in time for the start of the YouTube stream. Nice. So yeah, we're ready to go. Hey, also, I gotta ask something. I meant to ask this in the last stream, right? How come nobody told me that Stranger Things had a Schlorp monster? Right? Like, I don't know what I thought Stranger Things was about. I just knew it was sci-fi. But it's a Schlorp monster. It's a monster that schlorps you into another dimension. And you know, puts all kind of sticky stuff on you, and, like, you know, face huggers, and, like, I didn't realize it was a Schlorp monster, right? So many people have tried to get me to watch to watch Stranger Things, and they haven't sold it to me correctly, right? All you needed to tell me was it's about a Schlorp monster. If they had just told me it was about a Schlorp monster, I would have been there. I would have been watching it, right? I didn't know if I'd like it, right? Until I found out, oh, Schlorp monster. Yes, I'm familiar with this genre. People will say it's a kids on bike genre. Nonsense. It's not. It's a Schlorp monster genre. That's the genre that we're dealing with here. And if somebody had just told me earlier that, you know, we're talking about Schlorp monster content, which, you know, I guess Schlorp monster is a kind of like a subcategory of the wet puppet genre. If you're familiar with Scaredy Cats, Thought Slime's other channel, where they talk about monster movies and stuff like that, right? Yeah, Schlorp monster is basically a subtype of wet puppet, in which the wet puppet in some way schlorps you, right? And in this case, schlorps you all the way into another dimension, which is great. I mean, like, if I'm gonna get schlorped, I might as well get to travel to another dimension and get all kinds of stickiness on me, and, you know, all kinds of, you know what I mean? And maybe even get, like, a slug, like, living in my, you know, crawling down my throat or something like that. Have to cough it up into the sink, right? I don't know. If like, you could have gotten me to watch this a lot earlier if you had just told me that we're talking about a Schlorp monster. Speaking of Schlorp monsters, Kelly Cadigan. No, we're not covering Kelly Cadigan. We already covered Kelly Cadigan over on Twitch, right? We covered Kelly Cadigan, her history. We've talked about her history. You know, we've talked about the weird sussy stuff that she said in the debate against Nominal Naomi. We have talked about we've talked about her supposed change of heart, how people are handling that, how much the Vosh people seem to want her to become a leftist content creator, despite the fact that she's not really, you know, I don't know, she's just kind of stopped being as much of a chud, right? And it's harmful. Like when you bring over a Shuon head, when you bring over a Hunter Avalon, like, you know, instead of being helpful like they think it is, we're just going to take their social media clout and add it onto ours. It ends up being, you know, harmful. And that's why you end up with like supposedly leftist content creators who have basically fundamentally anti-SJW values, right? Huge detriment to the left. Anyway, we're not talking about that here, though. We are talking about TYT, Destiny, Cenk Uygur. Yes, that's what we're getting to. Okay. Live Jinx debate with Destiny. Insert your Destiny meme here, right?
Said explicitly multiple times from the terrible thing to say. Brianna Wu runs Rebellion Pack. I mean, are you guys all known for the Young Turks? Cenk Uygur. Yeah, how you doing today? I'm good, brother. How you doing? Pretty good. I'm so curious. What was like the impetus for this conversation? Like, what do they tell you? What are we gearing up for here? So I hear that you are evil and need to be defeated. Okay. No, just Brianna Wu runs Rebellion Pack, and that's the pack that I started, and that's to get money to progressives so they can beat establishment Democrats, and ultimately, most importantly, be.
Does everybody know who Brianna Wu is? Brianna Wu is a figure in politics who's been around since the days of Gamergate. Actually, I think a gaming dev in her own right who was targeted by Gamergate and was on the right side in terms of those issues. I guess that was a very long time ago. That was before my time, right? But that's where Brianna Wu started, and since then she has just been snuggling up to every reactionary, like, leftist figure she could find. Like, she can't get enough. Vosh, Destiny, she's like, oh yes, let me see if I can glaze them up both at the same time, right? That's who Brianna Wu is. So, like, I don't hate her. I'm sure we don't disagree on everything. I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. She's an absolute clout chaser. People think that clout chasing is about picking fights with people and stuff like that. No, it's not. It's mainly about sucking up to people. And there is no bigger suck up to some of the worst people, on these platforms than Brianna Wu. So that's who we have to thank. Everybody thank Brianna Wu, okay? Everybody thank Brianna Wu. NCC covering Destiny. This has been a while, right? Right? I've been pretending this dude doesn't exist, but apparently he still does.
Republicans. And so it was her suggestion, and I was like, okay, sure, let's do it. Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess I'll start. Are you familiar at all with anything that I do? Have you heard about any of my internet presence or anything? Or yes, but I learned the hard way never to trust anyone.
Oh, and I do have to ask you, if you could hit that like button. While you're hitting that like button, I'm gonna do a post on Twitter. I'm gonna advertise this stream.
Okay, good starting place. Okay, so basically, So Steven, I'll just say, look, I know that some people say, oh, don't platform X, don't platform Y, don't go on here, don't go on there. Did you know what he said?
That's the worst thing that you could tell Cenk, right? So yeah, obviously Destiny has said what was his take? Like something about like the only way that these protests, and he meant the George Floyd uprising, are gonna stop is when these he was talking about protesters getting mowed down, right? And I can say no more because we're on YouTube. We got to be super nice, especially in the very beginning of the stream. We got to be super super advertiser friendly. But if you know, you know. Yeah, he said some awful stuff. That's what got him departnered on Twitch, right? And then his transphobia against Keffels got him taken all the way off the platform, right? This is, he's a sussy baka. He's been a sussy baka for a long time. He's written whole manifestos on how all the trans women that he hates, right? He's But if you tell Cenk Uygur that, he's gonna see himself in Destiny. You know what I'm saying? Because Cenk Uygur, he's bad on trans issues. That's what they say about me, right? So Cenk could not, Cenk didn't really have to be glazed up that hard by Brianna in order to get him on here with Destiny.
Back when he was 17 or 37, and I don't care about any of that. Okay, so we're gonna have this discussion, and so if we
have a Destiny virgins in the chat. Oh no,
something particularly terrible thing to say.
So if you want to know, like, just a real quick history of Destiny for anybody that is a Destiny virgin, for anybody who doesn't know about this guy, because I haven't talked about this guy in a really, really, really long time, right? Before there was Vosh, before there was VGG, there was Destiny, there was DGG. Destiny was the first gaming streamer who decided that maybe, like, politics could be a good side hustle. And it went from being his side hustle to being his main thing, right? And you know, like DGG, just quickly to describe that, is his website, right? So when he streams nowadays, he streams to YouTube, but that YouTube is embedded on his website, destiny.gg. I'm not trying to advertise it, right? But that's what DGG, when I'm referring to DGG, that's what I'm talking about, right? And why does he have a website? Well, because Destiny can make more money if instead of getting people to sub to him on YouTube or on Twitch, which he was on before, if he gets them to sub to him on his platform. That way he takes all the money and he doesn't have to split it with anybody, right? So it's useful if you're a streamer. You can basically, you know, effectively double your income with one of these websites, right? So he's the first one to do that. Now Destiny is the tree and Vosh is the rotten apple. Vosh got his start on DGG, and by DGG in this sense, I mean the community. I mean the Discord. I mean the subreddit. I mean the offline chat, right? Because even when Destiny isn't streaming, the chat keeps running. Sometimes it's hosting other people that are Destiny orbiters. I would guess like Chud Logic, Not So Erudite, people like that. Back in the day, it might have been Mr. Girl, back when they were friends. But even when there's nobody being hosted, there's still like a chat running. So there's a community, right? Within that community, Vosh became a well-known chatter, called into Destiny to talk to him, as chatters sometimes do, and became a well-known caller, right? And you know, since Destiny was really lukewarm about leftism, right? People in his community wanted Destiny to become a leftist. You are the slayer of the alt-right dragon. You have debated Baked Alaska. You have embarrassed JonTron. You're the alt-right slayer. The next step is become a leftist, right? And he hung out with Hassan for a little while, but then they had their blow up, and obviously Destiny's not a leftist. He's you know, kind of center-right at the end of the day, right? So he rejected leftism, and while he was doing that, Vosh was gaining more prominence. So when Destiny, the more Destiny would shit on leftists, the more those leftists would go into Vosh's community. Vosh's community is basically a leftist outgrowth of DGG. So when I say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, that's what I'm talking about. All this debate bozo shit, this is patient one, okay? This is where all that comes from. So that's who Destiny is. Yeah, advocating for unaliving anti-racist protester makes him center-right. Man is far-right.
Or I do. Well,
by American standards or by real standards?
correct each other. Okay, so God bless. And I hear you're, you know, what do I hear about you? I hear you're an establishment hack. Yes, probably so. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. I was just curious so that I know how to catch us all up. So the long and short of it is basically, I got into doing online politics around 2016 with the era of Trump, along with apparently the entire United States got into politics more in that time period than ever before. When I first came on the scene, my whole political career was being as combative as possible, combative, condescending, patronizing, and through that kind of like blood sports battling as like a left-leaning commentator. I kind of cut my teeth doing that for a while, became kind of popular online doing online politics, and now I've kind of shifted away towards like, how can I be more empathetic, understanding, and like really hone in on why do we disagree with people politically, and then what can I do to kind of push my message while still understanding, I guess, the concerns of the other side. Broadly speaking, that's what I do. But I try to actually do that, not like in a Dave Rubin centrist kind of way where you pretend to listen to both sides, but really you're just a conservative in disguise in every single sense of the word. Okay.
No, Stephen, I'll give you credit from the get-go that from the few things that I've seen, no, you appear to be an actual independent thinker. So you're not like the fake left for sure, and your opinions are so all over the place that.
I don't know where he gets off on throwing shade at Dave Rubin, right? Is there a substantial difference between like Dave Rubin and Destiny? Yeah, I mean, I guess what he's trying to say is that Dave Rubin was like, I'm leaving the left. I believe in classical liberalism. The left is changing. It's bad. And then, you know, when you kind of force his hand, oh, you're twisting my arm, I guess I'll join the right. Destiny won't say that he's joining the right, but he has, he's had a whole ass Lauren Southern arc. Let me just put it that way. He's brought people like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes back into prominence. So you tell me what side he's on, right? You tell me what the effect overall of this guy's platform has been, right? and you know, like somebody in chat said, you know, they was you know, kind of throwing a little shade on me for describing him as center right and saying he's more like far right. I mean, that's actually a perfectly valid viewpoint, right? He would say that he believes in free speech and he needs these foils, and he doesn't agree with Nick Fuentes. He doesn't agree with Lauren Southern. But, you know, look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing with the power that he has, right? And look at the effect that it has. Look at how he guns for and marginalizes anybody on the left preferentially. And for Mr. Girl, it takes like actual like weird abusive stuff or Mr. Girl like going for Destiny to get Destiny, you know, to stop like, you know, being so favorable towards him and actually consider it. Like, if you don't know, Mr. Girl is somebody that's openly advocated for a lot of stuff that has to do with Pedialyte and PDF files. Like, I don't want to get too into depth, but Mr. Girl is a pretty toxic presence on in the online sphere, right? I find it interesting that Cenk, who stands capitalism, is giving the not fake leftist accolades to the most fake leftist. This is the thing, is like, I think that Cenk planned for this to be a love fest, right? Planned to agree with this guy, because the way that people describe it, and even the people that were like, don't talk to Destiny, right? They're the same people that were like not favorable about Cenk's and Anna's take on trans people, right? So he's like, oh, is he reactionary? Well, that's what you said about me, right? So he loves this guy out, that, you know, he wants to be friends, right? Destiny, we'll see how things go. I don't want to spoil it for you. Yeah, free speech, exactly.
You can't help that they're genuine. So
I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not entirely sure if it is a compliment to everybody, but sure.
Yeah, I totally agree. And by the way, the way that I look at these, you know, we call them debates, but I really, in my mind, I view them as discussions, because there's plenty of things that I'm sure we'll agree on, right?
Sure.
And things that we'll disagree on, and
See
that'll
what
be
I'm
fun
saying?
too. And like, I remember going to the debate in the political union in undergrad, and I didn't want the debate club, because I'm like, oh, we're debating cats or dogs. Well, you're just trying to prove who's more clever, right? Let's get the policy, let's figure out where we both stand, and then let the audience decide.
Yeah, I agree. So one of the things that I kind of bring up when I'm making the rounds on, you know, I got into a little fight with Alex Jones on a panel, I think a couple months ago. I've done Tim Pool's show a couple times. One of the questions that I'm starting to hone in on a lot when I talk to people is, after you've said your spiel, you've said your piece, you've gone on your diatribe, your rant, you've explained your issues, what do you want people at home to do? One of the things I'm kind of looking at for a lot of political discourse is, it feels like that the way that a lot of it is set up is, from the very beginning to the very end, there's this air of hopelessness. On the conservative side, depending on how conservative you go, you know, it's Jewish people controlling the great replacement, and immigration is getting rid of us, and everybody's controlling the state-run media, the swamp, et cetera, which basically leaves their constituents with like, I mean, what do we have to do? You know, January 6th, you know, Buffalo shooter, it's extremist rhetoric. All we can do is fight with weapons. That's the only thing we can do. And on the left, I kind of notice sometimes that, depending on what we're talking about, and then I get this vibe kind of from the Young Turks, that depending on what we're talking about, the rhetoric feels similar-ish. Giving you credit, I mean, you've said explicitly multiple times, like, don't bring weapons to riots, don't bring weapons to protests. It's not a good idea. But sometimes when it feels like we get so down on everybody, even establishment Democrats, that it's like, geez, it feels like there's no hope. Like, if Biden didn't pass something that the most progressive person in Congress wants, then it's a watered down bipartisan garbage bill that he gets no credit for. And then kind of, I guess the ground for this discussion, I guess, can be the recent debt ceiling negotiation. But I mean, we can talk about the infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, whatever other thing. I guess, what is your general feeling on that? Like, is there any part of you that's like, you know what? He might not be the most progressive president ever. I think he is, but he might not be the most progressive president ever. But at least Biden did this or this in terms of major legislation. Do you have that feeling, or?
So yes and no. But it's a great question to start on. So first off, look, if you come looking for hope, you've come to the right place.
Okay.
So I'm the king of hope. And I even wrote a poem called Hope. Okay. So and our audience knows I am intensely optimistic. And so when I get a sense of hopelessness, what I do is I try to fix it. And we do active things in the world, like we created Justice Democrats. We launched it on the Young Turks. We launched the improbable campaign of AOC, and nobody thought that was possible, and we did it. And then when we started Just Democrats, everybody thought you'd be lucky to get one. Now we have 11 in Congress, right? So I 100% believe in hope. Ro Khanna was on the show today on the Young Turks talking about what we can do to fight forward. Okay, now in terms of the Biden.
Let's talk about the Justice Democrats a little bit, right? You're talking about like AOC. I don't know how many of the squads are Justice Democrats. This is a org that Cenk started back in the day, when he was at least repping a little bit more of a progressive political tack. And I'm like, yeah, I'm glad that AOC's in Congress, right? What the nasty thing about this though is that now you got a bunch of progressive politicians that are elected that are in office, right? And they kind of like owe this like newly christened reactionary figure, Cenk Uygur, a lot, right? So now you got this reactionary, in progressives clothing, which is what Cenk is, just being honest these days, with all this access to, some of the most progressive politicians elected, right? It's kind of a bad thing. I don't know what to say.
No, look, if you say, hey, is there a thing?
They look to world politics, blah, 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 blah.
That he's done well. Oh, absolutely. So here are a laundry list of things I'll give him credit for. Getting out of Afghanistan. And I did not agree with corporate media. Oh, it was a mess. It was terrible. They always say that when we're ending a war. They never say it when we're starting a war, right? So no, I'm thrilled that Biden got us out of Afghanistan. Did Trump start that process? He did. So what? Biden finished it, right? And he did it right away. The infrastructure bill is good in the long run. I have a giant asterisk on it, but I'll take it. Even the semiconductor bill, it's a giant giveaway to the semiconductor industry, but we do need a national semiconductor industry. So it's a complicated one. It's nuanced, right? The COVID relief bill had some of the provisions that helped the average American the most out of any bill I've covered in like 20 years, okay? Unfortunately, a lot of that already sunset and was obliterated later on. So I can go on and on, right? But in terms of, is Biden a progressive? Absolutely not. Has he done enough? Absolutely not, okay? And so it's not me being nihilistic to say that. I credit where credit is due and then discredit where discredit is due. So for example, and I can give you many, but let's start here. So Stephen, he said like $15 minimum wage was like bare minimum. Oh, of course we were gonna get that. I remember when he got in office and I told legislators, I said people on air, our audience, etc., they're not gonna do it. And everybody was incredulous. No, he promised that 8 weeks to Sunday, he's definitely gonna do it. And what did he do? He had his 2 Delaware senators that are his top allies in the Senate vote against it. He came out and spoke during a Super Bowl interview against it. He was never going to do it. He was lying all along.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you my my newly minted Twitter thread, right? And if you're on Twitter and you are so inclined, I would massively appreciate it if you would go on there and give it some love. Also, make sure to give this stream some love, and you can do that by hitting the like button. But yeah, here's the Twitter post. So help me blast off on this. Give this some love on Twitter. And I'll go ahead and pin it too. There we go, pinned. If I had facial hair, I think I'd probably dye it the same color as my head hair. Oh yeah, because Destiny's not. Yeah, yeah. Any theories about Destiny's like blue hair? It's just weird considering how like reactionary he is for him to do something so stereotypically Tumblr.
He's been a conservative on economic issues for 50 straight years. And I can go down a laundry list of things he was never gonna do. Paid family leave, public option. He promised public option 1,000 times, never once proposed it, never once even talked about it, because he was lying.
Okay, so this is, okay, I wanna hone in on this. So firstly, I love everything you said at the beginning, okay? And I might repeat this line a lot. I feel like sometimes when I get people in front of me and we chat, their takes become very, very, very reasonable. But in going over like the videos for this conversation.
This is the thing about Destiny, is like, I don't know if he already got to this, but yeah, we might have skipped it. We might have skipped over it, right? But he says in the beginning that he has been involved in this blood sport debate thing for a really long time, and now what he's trying to do is have like really deep conversations and understand where people are coming from, right? But this doesn't feel like that. This feels like an interrogation, right? This feels like a certain percentage of my audience think that you're an unhinged leftoid. Prove them wrong, right? That's what this feels like.
The things I'm hearing, like in regards to the debt ceiling, I was like, there are no wins for Democrat, none, zero.
Oh, it was a charity donation goal? See, I didn't even know. So wait, does he have to keep it that way?
Biden hates the middle class. Well, sure, the Democrats and the Republicans are on the same goddamn team. Democrats just give McCarthy gift after gift after gift after gift.
Okay, now like,
do you really think that like
wait. No, I have heard this thing, uniparty, right? That the right wing will say, and they're basically it's a way to kind of work the refs. It's a way to drive the to make the right wingers in the Republican Party prove that they are not with the Democrats. It's a way to get them to go harder on things like the debt ceiling, etc. Right? That uniparty thing. And you know, when you say that both parties are the same and you know, it doesn't really matter who you vote for, I think you're wrong. I think that's, you know, not correct. That being said, I really try to do everything I can to avoid giving leftist energy to the Democratic Party, who will absolutely extinguish it, who will promise us the world when it's beneficial to us, and then absolutely throw us under the bus when it's convenient, right? I don't like that, right? I feel like you really need to put forward that, you know, you're doing a strategic vote. It's not an enthusiastic vote. It's not, you know, being a cheerleader and glazing up Biden. It's, God, I gotta stop using that term. I'm watching too much Hassan. I'm watching entirely too much Hassan here, right? But it's like, it's I talk about Bosch's riding with Biden take, right? He's like, we're riding with Biden. And the way I differentiate it is like, well, okay, if that's your metaphor, you're going to get in Biden's convertible and let him smell your hair. I would say don't. Like, right? If you can use Biden to not have to deal with Trump, right? And you want to place a strategic vote like that, do it, but don't do it with fanfare, don't do it with adulation, and definitely don't give people like false hope that Biden is not going to sell us out when it's convenient for him, because he absolutely is. Glazing up, I hate it. Oh my God. Maybe update the now and next. Ooh, well there, actually, you know what? I feel like that's how I'm going to update it.
Administration would more or less do the same thing as like a Democratic administration or a Democrat administration?
So with an asterisk, yes. So like, for example, they did the IRS, funding the IRS $80 billion over 10 years. That was the one. And by the way, Steve, you can go back and watch our clips on Afghanistan, on the infrastructure bill, and all of these. I haven't changed my position 1%. So what I say on air at the Young Turks is what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, the reason you might notice
more jellies. That's exactly it, Buffy.
More attention, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And but I also mean those 200%. So yes, the IRS bill was good, and that was a bill that the Republicans definitely would not have done. And I said, okay, look, give the Democratic Party credit there. There's a slight difference, even on economic issues. Okay, so okay. Now, having said that, the rest of it has been a disaster. So the debt ceiling, there was one tiny thing we got, and God bless. Okay, we got the exemption for homeless and veterans on SNAP. Okay, but the other 8 things were all for Republicans. We got nothing back. We didn't need to do it at all. And I think, and this is the part that's probably going to really bother you, I think that Biden wanted to do all those things. So when Obama was president, they invent this thing about, we're going to now negotiate the debt ceiling. Okay, it's a Republican ploy, but Obama and Biden love going along with those.
So surprisingly enough, I find myself saying that I'm given to agree with Cenk here, right? The debt ceiling is a self-inflicted wound by the Democratic Party. They allowed this to go into place, and they used the debt ceiling as an excuse to keep their progressive voter base voting for them while keeping their donors happy, right? There's a conflict in the Democratic Party. The people that pay for their campaigns, the people that finance their elections, want very different things than the Democratic voters. And the Democratic Party solves that through measures like the debt ceiling, right? Which I agree with Cenk. I think that they need to get out from under this. This is basically a rolling blackmail scheme for the Republicans to be able to extract what they want anytime they have even a slim majority in the Congress. And the Democrats did it to themselves, and they could undo it too. Like, something needs to happen, and Destiny's going to say, the world would end. The world would end if we possibly, tried to utilize the Fourth Amendment and call their bluff, right? The world would end. And, we'd never recover, right? That's what they're going to claim. But instead, they've just basically agreed to allow the Republicans this tool to extract their agenda, elements of their agenda that they negotiate every few years, right? And they kick the can, and Biden kicked the can again. He kicked it 2 years down the road. 2 years from now, if there's a Republican House, they're going to be dealing with the exact same thing. So, the Democrats don't mind, honestly, because it gives them the chance to say, oh, God, that student loan thing, the thing that our voters want, but our donors don't want. Looks like we just can't do it. I'm sorry, they twisted my arm, right? Jink's right on this part, right?
Employees, they love it. They could easily just go 14th Amendment. I'm done with it. Oh, by the way, if you'd like to wreck the world economy, that is going to be 100% on you. Okay.
Well, you still can't believe this debate is real.
Then when he gets into a negotiation, it becomes 50% on him. And then in that negotiation, he gets almost nothing and gets slaughtered on everything else.
Okay, so let's hone in on this a little bit. Okay, so Biden has largely gotten to pass.
This is Destiny's new thing. Let's hone in on this, right? Let's hone in on this.
A lot of major legislation, right? We had the infrastructure bill, we had the American Rescue Plan, like huge ticket things.
Look,
and our budget has been.
I just gotta say about Destiny, he's more cliche than man.
Insanely huge. On our discretionary spending, we're talking like $1.5 trillion over and over and over again. With the debt ceiling approaching, and with the Republicans taking the House, I'm pretty sure every single political analyst thought the Democrats were going to have to give a lot when it came time to negotiate on the debt ceiling stuff. Now, Biden said he originally wasn't going to negotiate, but regardless of how we feel, like it's a Democratic president. If the United States defaulted on the debt, it would be catastrophic. Failures to negotiate the debt ceiling are always going to hurt the sitting president more than the Republican Party. We're not going to be able to blame House Republicans when Democrats have the Senate and the presidency. I feel like when we look at everything that was given, and I guess this is my problem when I listen to you guys talk about this, is I hear this like Republicans got everything they want. We just gave and gave and gave and gave. The difference between the House bill that McCarthy passed versus what was finally signed in the Senate, I felt like it was some of the, and I see everybody else say this. Krugman was saying this. The guys at Pod Save America was saying this. Even Ben Shapiro was admitting this, that the political maneuvering was pretty good. That like some of the stuff that was given up wasn't.
Ben Shapiro's saying this because he's working the refs, right? That's the one thing. If Destiny really was this progressive, person, this progressive, political pundit, he'd be working the refs too. Ben Shapiro's doing that. When Ben Shapiro says that he's not satisfied with McCarthy's deal, he's pushing McCarthy to do more, right? And you can see that Destiny won't do that. Destiny will not do that because he doesn't want more. He wants less.
Really a give up at all. So for instance, a lot of people complain about work requirements on SNAP. So work requirements were increased from 49 years of age to 54 years of age. But because of the wide exemption that was given for veterans and homeless people, I think the Congressional Budget Office, which is nonpartisan, their guesstimate was that the outlays in that program are actually going to increase. We're going to spend more money on that program than we were before. Because if you look at the unemployment in that age bracket, it's like 2.5%. Like most people are working in this age bracket. It's not like they're having trouble finding jobs or anything. And there's a lot of exemptions made for like people in for people with children. People from orphanages, people with mental illness. There's a lot of exemptions made for that. That's like one example. And there's like example after example after example of like the gives that we made were just not a big deal.
Destiny's ignoring, like he's honing in on these details in order to ignore the big picture that we're kicking people off of SNAP, right? If you don't know, like, there's temporary assistance for needing families, right? That's money. SNAP is not money. SNAP is a card. And this card will let you spend a certain amount on groceries per month. It's not enough. It's not enough money to feed a person. And if you're getting it for your family, it's not enough money to feed your family. It's insufficient, right? But it's something. It's something. And, like having that available during COVID was a lifesaver for a lot of people. Now, basically, through bureaucracy, we're going to kick people off of that. A big part of this work requirement, because it sounds like, okay, well, if only 2% of these people are not working, right, then the work requirement shouldn't be a big deal, right? It actually is. It's more paperwork, right? You don't just have to do the work requirement. You have to fill out the paperwork, and if you miss the memo, if you're too busy working, right, and you don't notice like that you got to keep it in compliance and stuff like that, they take it out, they pull the rug out from under you, right?
And a lot of the important stuff like Social Security, Medicaid, repeals of the student loan debt, none of this got through on the Republican side. So when I see that like the things that we did give were things that were either coming anyway. So for instance, like
nobody can make their EBT last a whole month. It's almost like it's designed not to. It's designed to keep you hungry.
Like the student aid, the interest on the student loans.
Now, Destiny is anti-loan forgiveness, right?
starting to, I guess, take back again in repayment starting at the end of summer. This is already going to happen, and we gave that. We didn't really lose anything. You look at like the SNAP stuff. You look at the IRS. You know, we fought for $80 billion in increased funding. We gave $20 billion back for now. I feel like that was a major win. For
and it's basically like, if you want to know like why a lot of Destiny's like takes are what they are, some of it doesn't seem political. Some of it seems personal and it seems petty. My understanding is that Destiny, dropped out of college or something like that. I feel like he's got a chip on his shoulder, and that's where this take on student debt comes from.
Biden, in that we moved past the debt ceiling thing for 2 years. The 2-year thing bothered you guys. The House bill was worlds apart. They wanted a 10-year cap on spending, and we got that down to 2. And then the budgets that we got was like $700 billion versus the $550 that we're asking for in the House for 2024 fiscal year 2025.
I mean, Destiny's just basically giving you the mainstream media take on the budget deal, right?
All of this seems like
they love it.
Pretty decent stuff. Again, I understand that we didn't like fight for anything, we didn't get anything, but considering it was a House majority for Republicans, and considering people thought we were going to lose a lot more, I don't understand why there's not just like a little bit to be happy about there.
No, nothing, zero. Okay, so let me explain.
Okay.
So, look, brother, when you say political analysts expected that it would be worse, well, first of all, that's corporate media, and corporate media always thinks the country is center right. That the Republicans are right on the debt and deficit. I mean, they're clowns. Trump drove up the deficit by 7.
EBT definitely doesn't give enough money to last a month for food. Yeah, absolutely, Von Diva. This is the Democratic defense man. Yeah.
The debt by $7.8 trillion. Reagan, Bush, they all drive up deficits. Last Republican president to balance the budget was Dwight Eisenhower, okay? But what does corporate media always tell you? Oh, the Republicans care about the debt, they care about the deficit. No. It's a lie, okay? So when they say, oh, okay, oh, but Biden has to give everything to the Republicans. He didn't give them everything. He gave them only 89%. Oh, what a champion. Well, yeah, corporate politicians are happy. Corporate Democrats are happy. Corporate Republicans are happy. Corporate media is happy. So that's not an argument at all, in my opinion. Okay, so you have to look at the actual policy, right? So what actually happened there? Well, are you right that the Republicans threatened to punch us in the face about 100 times? Yes. So, but when we get punched in the face 80 times, and then we get one thing back, that's the one that I mentioned on Snap.
It's kind of interesting to see Cenk's debate style come up against Destiny's, right? I don't know. Like, this is a debate that I never would have thought that would happen. Cenk's got a lot of folksiness. He's got a lot of metaphors. He's got a lot of frustration, right? Of just somebody that is on the Democratic side of things and is frustrated by the fact that the Democrats seem to operate like paid losers. Like, this is one of Cenk's biggest, pet peeves, is that they, they'll win the election and then they'll go on to somehow lose the policy. And they'll do it in the effort to, kind of uphold the civility politics. And I mean like a literal civility politics when it comes to things like the Senate and stuff. There's conventions in the Senate. There's ways that things are normally done. There's ways that things have been done for years and years and years, right? And there's no law that says you have to do them like that. So when the Republicans have the chance to not do it like that and get something out of it, like let's say an extra Supreme Court judge, they'll do it. The Democrats, oh my gosh, we're above that. We could never. We value the institutions. Oh, we value bipartisanship. We're Democrats. That's a virtue signal. If people like Destiny want to talk about virtue signals, there's a fucking virtue signal for you. Oh my God, I'm not so supposed to say that word here.
That's not a win. You got punched in the face 80 times. And Stephen, we didn't need it at all. The 14th Amendment is crystal clear.
Why is anyone at all anti-student loan forgiveness? And why? Because he's got a chip on his shoulder. Because he's got a chip. He hates, the fact that some people have a master's degree, right? He fucking hates that. He hates it, right? And I said it again. And why especially are Republicans, who have had PPP, that's a huge hypocrisy. I wonder if Cenk will bring up the PPP loans.
It says our debt shall not be questioned. It's one of the clearest amendments there is. The only reason you even entered the negotiations is if you want to give things away. And so I'll give you two of the specific examples that you mentioned, okay? So for example, on work requirements, and corporate media always moves the goalpost, okay? On work requirements, first they came, the Democrats said, no way. And corporate media says, Democrats say, no way, they're gonna stand strong. Hakeem Jeffries puts out a strong statement. Oh, we will not bend on that. And then when they collapse, complete utter collapse, right? And then again, God bless, at least we got the veterans and the homeless, okay? But they collapsed on the work requirements that they said they would not budge on. Then corporate media goes,
Stephen Destiny, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell is the one who is anti-student loan forgiveness, right? I swear to God, it's just because he thinks of the people that would be getting that forgiveness, and he's like, haha, I hate those fuckers. More people could get their masters if college debt wasn't a thing. Exactly.
What a wonderful bipartisan compromise. It's a good thing we have work requirements. Wait, what the hell happened? Okay, I covered when you said X. Now I'm covering when you say Y. And those things are not at all the same. On student debt, classic trick. So what did he give? He gave the Republicans ending the moratorium in September. So you're gonna have to start paying interest again on your loans. Okay, but they said, all right, but we're not gonna take away the student debt forgiveness. He knows the Supreme Court's gonna strike that down in 2 weeks. Biden knows that. So that way he gets to give away the store and then go, the favorite thing of corporate Democrats. There was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. Oh, the Supreme Court, golly.
Is that a song?
Gee, did they end my student debt relief program? The one thing that was gonna help young people? Oops, I did it again. So no, not buying it.
Okay, so firstly, okay, this is a huge gripe I have sometimes with progressives. I think we have to stop relying on these like Hail Mary legal arguments that we think or hope are going to bail us out of having to do any sort of legislative compromise.
Look, it's not force the vote, okay? It's not a Hail Mary, delusional like idea.
The idea that the 14th Amendment is crystal clear, that we both know that is absolutely not true. One of us might think that, and some people might think that, but that is a hotly contested thing. Not only is it hotly contested, it would be so contested that if we were to go that 14th Amendment route, there was a chance that the legal challenges would extend that past the expiration date of our debt. And if we default on our debt while we're trying to play complicated legal battles—
look, this is how this kind of negotiation goes, right? The side that's willing to call out the fact that the other side is gonna back away from that cliff is the side that loses. And people like Destiny ensure that it's the left.
On whether or not the 14th Amendment allows us to just pay the debt with absolutely no negotiation with Congress required, that could potentially be like, I don't think I need to explain how disastrous it would be for the United States to default on its debt while we play this political football back and forth with the debt. So I don't buy that the 14th Amendment was such an easy way out, number one. Number two, as much as we hate it, well, I don't hate it. I mean, it's part of how our system works. Bipartisan is not the enemy. Bipartisan is not evil. If you don't have majorities or supermajorities in both of your houses, bipartisan is the way that you have to go. Even you mentioned that $15 an hour minimum wage hike earlier. That $15 an hour minimum wage thing in the Senate, that was opposed by 8 Democrats.
Anybody that's coming at politics, at electoral politics with the the goal of bipartisanship being something to be strived for, they are going to get their lunch eaten. They're going to get their lunch money taken, right?
Democrats. And that's when you're only winning by a vice president tiebreaker vote. Like, there's no way that you can get through anything that is going to help the American people if you're not looking to be bipartisan in some way. You brought up the moratorium on student debt. That moratorium was expiring anyway. Student debt was always going to be, the interest payments were always coming back on the table at the end of summer. That was a freebie, a literal freebie. Republicans got nothing there. And then when you talk about the Supreme Court striking down student debt forgiveness, that's the $10,000 to $20,000 that Biden is trying to strike.
You know what the freebie would have been? Biden using his executive power at the beginning of his term to forgive all student debt, right? Like the way that he did it, actually, the way that he did it in a more the way that he implemented that policy is what got this into a legal battle, right? He could have done it in a more just absolute way and had it stick. He didn't want to have it stick though, right? Biden's probably worried that if he forgives student debt, that the debtors will go and buy avocado toast. He can't have that. He can't have that. Bipartisan is evil when one side says you need to compromise, and their side is extermination of groups of people and financial exploitations. Yeah, it's a ridiculous in a time like this, right? It's a very privileged take to have to say bipartisanship is a good in and of itself. Yeah.
Down, but the $42 billion that he's already forgiven for a lot of public workers, people working in healthcare, people that have like employment jobs by the federal government, that $42 billion that has been forgiven for young people, that's done. That's a done deal. Republicans didn't claw any of it back. The Supreme Court can't take any of that back. The only thing that they're fighting over now in the Supreme Court is going to be that $10,000 to $20,000 forgiveness per person afterwards. Again, I agree that like there were some things that like the $20 billion, I like the IRS, okay? Clawing back, and it's the only fucking organization in the government that actually makes money, okay? So that's the dumbest thing to take away money from. But only losing $20 billion out of the $80 billion that we funded for it, that's probably the biggest punch in the face.
That's a that's a terrible take, right? It's the only look like that you're looking at this in a very limited fashion, right? The only part of the government that earns money. Now, I get what he's saying, right? It's the part of the government that takes money in, right? That's basically what he's saying. But in terms of facilitating, you know, a working economy. Wait, why are they all looking at me? Is it because I have bread? What's going on? Do they want my bread? I feel like, wait. Do the villagers know I'm a streamer? They know I'm a streamer. What? I can't even have a normal Minecraft interaction. God damn it.
That I can see, and then maybe the spending caps. But man,
okay, I'm getting out of here.
Originally, McCarthy wanted all $80 billion back. Originally, McCarthy wanted those caps at $540 billion, and we got that up to $711 billion. There were some punches, but I don't think it was like 89% punches in the face.
That was,
I think it was like
that was just weird.
15% punches in the face.
Okay, so let me address those one by one. I'm going to read you the 14th Amendment here. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law.
Chat, I don't think we have a what is it called? Like a weapons dude? What are they called? A metalsmith. I don't think we have a metalsmith here.
Shall not be questioned.
I'm Minecraft famous, okay. Exactly, yeah.
So you called it a Hail Mary. If that's not clear enough, then words have no meaning. Okay. So, and not only that, Stephen, first of all, you don't have to do anything. You just simply keep doing what you're doing. Let the Republicans, and say you're using the 14th Amendment, our debt shall not be questioned. The Republicans go to court, okay? If they want to, go ahead, go for it. Try to destroy the 14th Amendment, try to destroy the economy. Now you 100% own it because you went to court to try to destroy the economy, okay? You go to court, that puts the conservative Supreme Court in a very tough position, okay? Because they either have to say, okay, the Democrats are obviously right, plain reading of the language, the original meaning, every conservative legal principle they have ever said. Or they have to say, okay, we're just partisan hacks, which I grant you that they might, and we don't care anything that we ever said before, but now we're burning our original meaning and plain reading of the text, are two of the pillars of conservative legal principles, we're burning it to the ground. Because this is super clear, and we're just gonna lie about it, okay?
Okay.
So that is not a Hail Mary. We have a massively winning case, and in fact, we win either direction there. And if you care just about politics and the Republicans own destroying the economy, that's a disaster for them. Now, I care that we don't actually destroy.
I literally thought they were zombies. I didn't know they were players at all. I don't know. No, they're not players. They're not players. I mean, they're zombies in the sense that they're AI, but they're not zombies in the sense that they are hostile mobs that try to unalive you in Minecraft. I don't much know the difference between them, because I don't play Minecraft that much. Yeah, these are villagers. They're like NPCs
for the economy, right? And of course, defaulting on the debt is a terrible thing. But
and
Stephen,
they're not supposed to like look at. I don't know why they're looking at me.
I think because
it's kind of weird.
I think the politicians are completely controlled by their donors, and I think every piece of legislation shows that. So the Republicans were never actually going to default, because their donors would have been livid. Their donors are the richest people in the country. They need that stock market healthy and vibrant. They would have cut those guys' throats if they had actually defaulted on debt ceiling. The trick is, we pretend we're gonna cut it. And those are the bad cops. And then the good cops come and Democrats go, oh, well, golly, gee, I wish there was something that we could do, but there's nothing we could do. Hey, our donors are happy too. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, what a win for everyone. And two policy things that you mentioned there. One is, when you talk about the IRS, so we both agreed that was a good bill that the Democrats passed. Now they're giving back a quarter of it to 20%, to 20 billion. Why doesn't Biden ever fight back rhetorically? Why doesn't he say, hey, wait a minute, I thought we were reducing the deficit. Taking away $20 billion from the IRS actually increases the deficit by approximately $120 billion. Because every nonpartisan organization that's looked at it says a dollar spent at the IRS brings you $6 back in revenue for the government. So why doesn't he do a press conference? My Republican friends, and he loves them. He always calls them his Republican friends. My Republican friends, I thought they cared about the debt. It turns out they want to destroy the debt in order to protect the rich. Because this is targeted at people making over $400,000, and they want to pile on debt just to protect the rich. I won't have it. I'm going to fight for you. And he never does that because he doesn't believe that. And then last thing on this, PAYGO on the executive side. We've talked about like 8 different things to give away. One of them is PAYGO.
See, here's the thing: if working people really had a party that was even signaling to that degree that they were on our side, it would push the narrative in a pro-worker direction. That's the last thing that Biden or his donors want. Destiny, the Republicans only ate half of my lunch. Yeah, there we go. They only took half of my lunch money.
And that means that if you do any executive action, I mean, they weren't going to pass any bills anyway, but if you do any executive action, the only thing he's got left for the next 2 years. Now you have to take away something if you're ever going to spend money on anything. But that basically neuters the White House, the executive branch. Well, now, why did Biden throw that in? Because he wants to be neutered. That takes the pressure off. Then I could just run for president, only care about myself. I wasn't going to do anything in the next 2 years anyway, and it's nice and convenient for him. So Biden wins, the Republicans win, corporate media.
Yeah, generally whether it's Biden or Obama or whoever, right, or Hillary for that matter, like generally what the Democrats are thinking about is their place in the history books. That's why they value bipartisanship, right? It's literally for optics. It's literally to burnish their reputation, right? They want to be seen as the person who reached across the aisle and did the thing that needed to be done. And half of that time, that's something like cutting Social Security like Obama tried to do. Do you know that we actually, like, as bad as the Republican House was, as much as, you know, we have them to thank for stealing a Supreme Court justice, right? We also sort of have them to thank for not taking Obama up on his grand bargain. He was absolutely ready to sell us out on Social Security to have that place in the history book, and the Republicans kind of like they didn't want the Democrats to have their own like Reagan to point to. But look at how you become a Reagan in the Democratic Party, right? These days, not FDR days, right? Look at how you become a Reagan. The thing that they value with Reagan is that he pushed things to the right, is that he pursued policies that didn't make sense even economically. Like, right, trickle down economics doesn't work in terms of benefiting working people, and it also doesn't even work in terms of benefiting the economy. Keynesian models of economics, if what you want is growth, which is what, you know, what you'd think that the capital class would want, right? It actually works better, ironically, under Keynesianism. The reason that Reagan pursued, his trickle down supply side politics is that it basically aggregates more leverage towards the capital class. Maybe at the expense of them being able to make more money overall, right? So, but as a Democrat, you become a Reagan by selling your constituency out, like, right? You know, look at Clinton and, you know, how he got all those accolades for standing up to the black community by attacking Sister Souljah, by showing his, you know, that he wasn't beholden to like that. There were really like these Washington chattering class assholes, right? Were saying, I don't know, I think Clinton's a little too beholden to the black community, right? Because they were part of his base in winning the governorship in Arkansas, and you know, he had a decent reputation in the black community as far as like, mainstream politicians go, right? They wanted to see Clinton screw over that constituency, and they got it.
Wins, we all get screwed.
Okay, so something we're going to stand around this is like Biden wants this and the Democrats want this. I guess running through a couple of these.
No. Please understand this, Destiny. Like, it's not that they want this. I don't think that they have ideology. I don't think that they much care about what actually happens, right? They care about their place in history. They care about their reputation. They care about being seen as statesmen, being remembered as reaching across the aisle, as bipartisan. That's what they care about, right? It's not that they want it, you know, that'd be kind of ridiculous to, like, you know, ascribe an ideology to a politician, right? An ideology is nothing but a liability to an electoral politician.
Amendments are never as clear as like the words have crystal clear meaning, right? Like how many times have we fought over the wording of the Second Amendment? The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. What does it mean to have a well-regulated militia? What do the commas mean? How many times have we seen videos of like sovereign citizens quoting articles of independence and everything? Like the idea that like, well, the words are crystal clear.
Wait.
Especially after
They are. Anytime a sovereign citizen takes something to court, they get smacked down. They are clear. What are you talking? Why would you use that as your example? You think that sovereign citizens are like, oh no, the courts might side with them. We got to really watch out. Those sovereign citizens have some pretty sound legal arguments. No, they don't. What are you talking about, Steven? What are you even talking about?
We've just gotten out of a very, very, very complicated battle relating to Roe v. Wade and whether or not substantive due process or implied rights are even a real thing. I think it's very cautious, or I think we should proceed with caution when we say something like, oh yeah, like the wording on this particular part of the Constitution is very clear. Therefore, we have no debt ceiling anymore. Especially when we're doing such a massive divergence, what's already kind of been set as like a political norm. Not to say that that battle can't be won, but like if on one end we've got, okay, well, we can negotiate a little bit with the Republicans. They won the House anyway.
I mean, what Destiny's talking about is like a permanent state of surrender, right? That's what he's proposing.
And for the most part, we don't take too many big hits. Or on the other hand, we could gamble with the future of the world, but maybe you're going to win. That just seems like such a clear-cut alternative. Like, probably just go with a negotiated position rather than, one, hoping that we win in court, or two, hoping that if we lose in court, the sitting president isn't blamed and the Republicans get blamed, which I don't even know if that helps us anyway, because it's not like the composition of the Supreme Court is going to change. And now all we've got is a country that can blame the Republicans for the fact that
Destiny is so repulsive in every way. What's up, YS?
we destroyed the world economy. It reminds me of the, there's like I think it's like 5 people are sitting in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and they're like, man, we destroyed the whole world, but we sure did create some good short-term value for our shareholders for a brief period of time. Or whatever. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that's the kind of battle we want to.
That's a critique of capitalism, my dude. That's a critique. What are you talking? Why would you bring that up? That's wild. Yeah, but that's what progressives are like, though. That's what progressive. Well, we really did. Anyway, I get that he's comparing things that, like, you know, that he's not trying to compare the content of his example. He's just trying to compare like the structure of his example. It's just a funny example to use.
Getting into, I mean, I understand the arguments for it, but
showing
man,
his ignorance. Yeah.
In terms of like, why doesn't Biden fight back? This gets into kind of like, oh, well, you know, political theory and what are people doing? But like my interpretation of it, and I think quite a few people have had this interpretation, is that this was such an astoundingly good deal for Democrats, considering how bad it could have gone, that it's better to just shut up and let McCarthy and McConnell go out and say, oh, well, we're very proud to vote for this, and let them have their win when we're not really giving much at all, so that McCarthy's position in the House isn't threatened, and so that Republicans aren't in an uproar that they weren't able to attack any of the entitlement programs.
This is cope, my dude.
Any of our big non-discretionary spending stuff, like they've really wanted to do. Republicans have been gunning for things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Republicans have been bloodthirsty.
They're not the only ones. Half of the time they got partners in crimes with the Democrats.
To get rid of all of the student loan forgiveness, to claw that back completely. Republicans have been hungry to make huge cuts in the Inflation Reduction Act. They wanted to get rid of all the tax credits, all those green energy tax credits. McCarthy in the House bill got rid of every single thing. And again, the things that we gave were not that significant. You mentioned PAYGO, for instance. First of all, in October of 2019, Trump already had enacted.
What's that, Moe note?
Did PAYGO for the executive branch via executive order. Number one. And number two, the PAYGO that was enacted, one, it sunsets at the end of 2024, so it's not that big of a deal. And two, the most important part. What? But he might not do anything anyway. But regardless, number two, the PAYGO requirements for the executive branch are exempt from judicial review. Line 17, 18, 19, no determination, finding, action, or omission under this title shall be subject to judicial review. So basically, Biden can say, listen, I'm doing this on EO because I have good reasons, trust me, and it's not like anybody can review it anyway. So again, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like we gave it, and then some people, like you guys, the Young Turks, and other people, are like, oh my God, this is a horrible thing the Democrats gave. But I think the reason why Biden and the Democrats are being quiet on is like, okay, listen, yeah, guys, the Republicans sure did win here, but at the end of the day, really all we lost was like the $20 billion over the next 3 years, I guess, for the IRS. And for the most part, I don't think anything else really mattered that much. And then you can respond to anything that I mean, it's just like come on.
This must be nice to analyze this from the place of privilege like that, to really just see no harm in this disgusting deal.
My broader thing, you keep saying this thing where it's like Biden wants to do nothing. The Democrats don't want to do anything. All their corporate donors own them. Do we really feel that way? And then you can respond to anything you want. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So
Steven, are you proposing that the Democrats are in some ways trying to outmaneuver, trying to finagle, trying to trick their donors? What are the donors paying them money for? What are they doing Are they doing the donations because they really believe in democracy? They love the political process. They want to support this. You think that is that why why do you think donors donate? Because they get something out of it. What are you even talking about? What country are you living in, Steven? Because it sure as fuck doesn't sound like the United States if you don't think that they're motivated to please their donors, if you don't understand that there's two primaries that go on. There's the primary of the people, there's the primary that we call the primary, and there's the primary before the primary, which is like who's getting the donor money, right? And which is really deciding who gets in the primary that we see, right? The real decision of the real weaning out of who gets taken seriously as a candidate and who doesn't get taken seriously as a candidate comes from the donor primary. God, okay.
So look, we haven't even discussed a bunch of the things they gave away, like the $30 billion in COVID relief bill. Now you could say they weren't going to spend it, but I would say, well, then why not? They should have spent it. They should have spent it helping the average American.
Joseph Robinette, man of action Biden. That's right. For real. I'm actually wondered where Destiny lived. Yeah, right?
Passed that. It was a rare good thing that we passed. For God's sake, get it to the average American. So we gave away $30 billion there, $20 billion to the IRS, on and it goes. But Stephen, the larger point is, if you allow the Republicans to keep taking hostages, they will take hostages to the end of time. So someone has to be strong enough, like LBJ on economic issues, FDR, and say, hey, I'm drawing the line, okay? If you don't ever draw the line, every time the Republicans are in office, like Trump, they never talk about the debt ceiling. In fact, we talked about it today on the Young Turks. Steve Bannon was there the first time they raised the debt ceiling under Trump. Now he's like, oh, all the Republicans should be primaried if they voted for this thing. What are you guys talking about? You passed it without.
And there's the difference basically between Cenk and like somebody like Hassan, right? Cenk hears FDR, Cenk hears LBJ, and he gets really warm feelings. A chill runs up his spine. It's just like this is the ideal for Cenk, right? This is as good as it gets. And like, I hate to point it out, but almost everything that people like LBJ and FDR win in their moment, in the moment where there's a crisis that has to be addressed, right, is clawed back over time. And it certainly never puts the capital class at a disadvantage in terms of leverage. So it's not really moving the ball in the direction that we want it. At the very least, even if you're like a social democrat, you believe in the democratic process, but you want to get to a more equitable society, or you have ideals towards your Scandinavian system or something like that, right? Even if you're that person. Yeah, or not even Scandinavian, because that's not a good example of this, right? You're the person that thinks that like over 1,000 years we can, through voting correctly for democratic socialists, we can push the United States it'll eventually just become socialist, right? If you believe that, and you're not advocating for policies that claw back not just a little pittance of material means, but actual leverage for the people, things like laws about unions, right? That the Supreme Court is destroying right now. Like, if you don't at least do that, if you don't at least increase the workers' position in the negotiation of labor and management, you haven't done anything. You've let them win. They are now ahead, right? And this game can't go on much longer. We're running up against like real like limits, right, in terms of climate change and stuff like that. Like the leverage needs to be clawed out. Needs to be clawed back like yesterday, right? Needed to be clawed back yesterday. We've got so many challenges as far as climate change, and we've got, one side of the aisle that's just like completely going to pretend that it doesn't exist, right? You need to be clawing back leverage for the people to be able to have the government act at least somewhat in the interest of the people. Otherwise, and that's why I find, would I prefer like a FDR type presidency to a Biden type presidency? I mean, obviously there's some things that were going on with FDR's, even his good policies that were kind of racist, right? So I definitely don't want that. But if you're going to translate it into today's terms and say that stuff isn't applicable, it's better. But at the same time, it's insufficient. It's not enough. It's not getting us where we need to go, right? So that's
a single word without a single word, right? So why not pound them on that? Why not say Steve Bannon did it, Donald Trump did it, etc.? Biden doesn't want to fight back.
Oh wait, no, he literally does live in America though. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mislead anybody. Like, I just mean that like he's, the way he talks about the country, the way he talks about like our country, you would think it wasn't America, right? He's talking about a place where, I don't know, do the politicians really do what the donors are asking for? I don't know. Maybe sometimes yes, sometimes no. Maybe they're playing 3-dimensional chess against the donors. No, Stephen. No, they're not. The donors are playing like 24-dimensional chess with them. What are you talking about? Come on.
Believe it. He doesn't believe it in his heart. If you
do not tell me that you're this naive. Would you prefer my presidency? It wouldn't be nice, but I doubt I will make things worse. What's up, Fuelmandra?
Me in the ring. By the way, Stephen, probably if you put you in the ring, you'd fight back 10,000 times more. Why? Because you believe it.
I don't know.
He doesn't.
I don't know, Cenk.
He wants them to take those hostages. But it doesn't matter. Assume that he's a saint. and he doesn't agree with the Republicans.
So it's this kind of stuff that Cenk is saying, like, you know, he wants them to take the hostages. He wants to give up, you know, he wants to give up more than he has to, right? That's what's pissing Destiny off, right? That's what, if anything is going to drive this debate off the rails, you know, that's what's going to anger Destiny.
He doesn't know how to use his mouth. He doesn't know how to fight back. But that principle, that idea that we just give in to Republicans and we accept loss after loss after loss and go, well, the losses could have been worse. Well, then every time a Democrat gets elected, instead of us winning, we're going to wind up losing. And that's exactly what's happening here. They're like, hey, don't worry, elect us. We'll get you voting rights. We'll get you minimum wage. We'll get you public option. We'll get you pay family. We'll get you all this stuff. And then you go, oh, no. When a Democrat's in charge, we obviously lose because the other side takes hostages and we immediately give in. And when you say, hey, isn't bipartisan a good thing? My answer to that is, fuck no, okay? So it depends on what we're agreeing to. So
RIP monetization. RIP monetization. It's a good time to mention the Patreon. So I'm gonna have more and more, like, if you haven't been keeping up with me in the last few days, you may not have heard Twitch has really screwed their content creators in a big way. They've made it really hard for us to earn a living, and I'm scrambling a little bit for what to do. But the one conclusion that I've come to is that I need to invest more, and I need to create more content specifically for places like my Patreon, right? That going forward, that's going to be more and more of a center for me, and more of a place to get, like, you know, some extra bonus content. And I want to make sure that, like, on a base level, people are included, even if they can only give like $1 a month, right? Because there are people, you know, there are a lot of people that are in that situation where it's like, you know, they want in on it. They want to be a part of this community. They want to be part of, you know, kind of like the inner, you know, core of this community. But, you know, something like $5 a month might be too much, right? And I want to give those people the access to be able to be part, at least on some level, of the Patreon, and kick out some higher quality. What is it? Killing me, baby zombie. It's a good thing their tracking is terrible. Good thing I have armor on. Yeah, that was wild. Who let the baby zombie in? Come on. Even blind rodent finds a morsel now and again.
Bipartisan by itself doesn't mean anything.
But yeah, I am going to try to encourage people. Today's stream is brought to you by my Patreon. Go over there, Patreon/NoCommentChick. Go over there and sign up for that, and there will be a lot more content coming on that, because I'm just realizing that the model that I was using, which was mainly a Twitch model, most of my funding, most of making this sustainable for me, or making this like less unsustainable for me, frankly, was coming from Twitch, and I can't necessarily count on that in the future. So I'm going to encourage more and more people to get on the Patreon. There also will be more content coming to you that is members-only content on YouTube. So that's also a great way to support me. And listen, if you don't have any money at all, I still want you here, right? You can do a lot with just your little thumb. Just your little thumb, right? It might not seem like much, but when you put it together with all of our thumbs, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission, and we can force YouTube to push my videos out to more and more people. So if you can hit that like, even if you can't do anything else, if you hit that like, I appreciate you.
Bipartisan agreement, for example, under Trump, even Gates and some of the other guys that were very right-wing came in and said, no, we have bipartisan agreement with the progressives that the president must come to authorize war through Congress. Well, I love that bipartisan agreement, because that's the thing I agree on. When they have bipartisan agreement to take money from the average American and give it to the richest people in America, which is a bipartisan agreement that they reach 95% of the time, I hate that bipartisan agreement. To me, being bipartisan is not a value in and of itself. It's just a method to get to a policy that's either good or bad. And the press and Biden, et cetera, celebrate it because it's a head fake. It's a distraction. Oh, what we did was terrible, but don't worry, it's moderate, it's bipartisan, these code words that we have trained you to believe are positive, even when you're getting totally screwed on it. And so, and the last thing I'll say is, you mentioned a couple of times, hey, at least we didn't get Social Security, Medicare taken away, et cetera. Stephen, you got to acknowledge that's the lowest bar in history. Like, we get the Democrats, the White House, the House and the Senate in the first 2 years. And now, okay, we lost the House by a little bit. And now our bar is we didn't let the Republicans mutilate Social Security and Medicare. No, and plus you got to be honest. I don't mean you, I mean Biden and the Democrats. when you say one thing and then you get into office and you change your tune immediately. You go from I'm going to do it on day one to it can't be done. There's no way it can be done. Oh, you're lucky I didn't bleed out even more while I was in charge.
Okay, so here, this should be a rule for every online political commentator. Okay, I hate it when people compare Biden to like JFK or Lyndon B. Johnson or any of these prior administrations without looking at the majorities that those guys had in their House and Senate. Biden is fighting for his life, okay? Not only literally, okay, this guy's very old, all right? We saw him trip, okay, a few days ago. Biden is literally and metaphorically fighting for his life every single day he gets out and talks to Congress, okay? He is riding the thinnest fucking majorities, okay, historically, that presidents have ever had. And then we're looking at this guy and it's like, really? You've got the vice president as a tiebreaker in the Senate and you haven't given a single payer healthcare yet? You haven't completely dismantled the military industrial complex? We don't have 15 an hour minimum wage. Where are you doing, Mr. President? Biden is doing everything he can. And that's why I think that as much as it triggers the hell out of some people, I think bipartisanship is an incredibly important step. I think that I'm going to do the progressive thing of like diversity is good for diversity's sake. I think bipartisanship is good for bipartisan's sake because a lot of the issues that we've had running our federal government over the past 20 years have literally been Congress does nothing and we look to the president for executive actions. Even our big immigration policy like DACA came from Obama executive action, or we look to the Supreme Court for everything. All of our civil rights, all of our big civil rights legislation, where is that? It doesn't exist. It's come from the Supreme Court. Gay marriage came from the Supreme Court.
Destiny is lost. Okay, so what he's talking about is he's talking about like they would call this gridlock, right? And he thinks it's negative. He's of the mind that some legislation is better than no legislation. And as such, he's just like bipartisanship for bipartisanship's sake, passing a bill to pass a bill, right? Even if it's harming us at the end of the day, like
Roe v. Wade, Casey.
But I mean, this is nothing new to anybody. People know who this guy is. So he's fighting for his life, not the families who are facing eviction, not the families who don't have food assistance to feed their kids, not the trans people who are being legislated out of existence. Yeah, you're right.
Supreme Court. And what happens to things that come from the Supreme Court? The next Supreme Court can take them away. What happens to things that come from executive action? The next executive action or the next Supreme Court can take them away. And I think that this hyperfixation on, no, screw bipartisanship, we're just going to fight with our end of the political spectrum. Our end of the political spectrum is barely winning in the Senate, is no longer winning in the House. So one, I think that
wait.
Focusing on
okay, like I gotta take a minute here, and this might seem petty, okay? But the House is something that the Democrats absolutely did to themselves. Case in point, New York State. The New York State Democrats gerrymandered, not to fight back against the Republicans or give themselves an advantage against the Republicans so much, to make sure that they couldn't get primaried by more progressive candidates. And that ended up enabling that majority. It's a slim majority, and that unforced error, because what happened, right, was that gerrymandering was found to be unconstitutional. Surprise, surprise. And it got rolled back and something worse got imposed that actually ended up benefiting the Republicans, right? The Democrats did this to themselves. The Democrats caused this, right? Every time you talk about like, the Democrats aren't winning, you got to put the caveat in there of like, because of the anti-majoritarian elements of our governmental system. It's not just for nothing, right? Because as far as votes, the Democrats are winning. The Democrats are demographically like securing, in a lot of cases a permanent majority, but because of voter ID, because of gerrymandering and so many and like so many of the other anti-majoritarian, the way the Senate is works, right? You don't see those majorities of people represented in terms of the preponderance of the power, right? So that's what's going on here. And what does that say? That says that as much as Destiny does not want to hear Democrats or progressives talk about figures like LBJ, JFK, and FDR, you need somebody that is going to make the Supreme Court feel a little bit nervous about, not in that way, right? But feel nervous about, whether the president's going to pack the court, whether the president's going to open up more spots, because like that's a possibility, right? You've got to press on those inflection points if you're going to get anything done, right? Our system as it is has too much power ceded to those anti-majoritarian elements. What I mean is like elements that allow a minority of and by minority, I'm talking about the Republicans here, right? Allow them to seize and maintain power. And gerrymandering, the courts are another great example. Think about the courts as like a lagging indicator. What is the composition of the courts? Look at the preponderance of the executive office holders, right? For the last 20 years, right? That's where that court is coming from, generally, right? And in the case of the current court, though, one of those members is literally coming from the Republican Party flouting the conventions of the Senate, the thing that the Democrats are afraid to do, and gaming the system for one extra Supreme Court justice. I watched a video called Destiny's Ethics Test by Cosmic Skeptic. I don't know if I've seen anything by Cosmic Skeptic. It was weird. It was interesting and boring to see how Destiny thinks and what his priorities are. Yeah, who's Cosmic Skeptic? Maybe I should check them out. Destiny, Biden is doing everything he can, yet children are still held in captivity by immigration against their will. Trans rights are eroded, and Roe v. Wade was overturned. Yeah. Well, no, like I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again, right? Lest anybody think that I'm unfair. Okay? Roe v. Wade, there's not a lot that Biden can do. There might have been something that Obama could have done in terms of pressing his Supreme Court candidate a little harder, right? Maybe, but Biden's just not in a position to affect. I mean, like, look, I mean, you could make an argument. You could make an argument that Biden could be using more rhetoric to turn up the heat on the Supreme Court, because right now, the Supreme Court is on its way to becoming the least respected institution, the least respected branch of the United States government, right? If somebody's unpopular, you got to campaign against them, even when you're not in election mode, especially when you're not in election mode, right? Yeah, they're probably, I got like I don't want to like, hold, yeah, I want to be really clear that, like, officially, as far as executive action, as far as anything that's like in his power to do outside of rhetoric, Biden doesn't have a lot that he can do about the Supreme Court. But if you're going to argue to me that Biden could be doing more rhetorically against the Supreme Court, I'm given to agree with you. Cosmic Skeptic is a British atheist YouTuber. I also saw him interviewed by Piers Morgan recently. Ah, wow. So pretty big then. Biden could literally bring up the Supreme Court justices on charges of lying under oath. He could, but he won't. Yeah, so I guess I'll give on that point. I guess there is more that Biden could do. I just don't want to be seen as like going in against Biden or like, I don't know, like there's a lot that Biden's done that's wrong, right? We talked about it with the debt ceiling deal and so much more, right? In terms of his lack of, the kind of executive action he could have taken right away on student loans could have been transformative. Imagine all student loans no longer exist. Right? That would have so many benefits, actually beyond the people who are getting their loans forgiven, right? And yeah, he didn't do it. There's a lot. So I'm real, and partially because of how much I criticize Biden, I'm really reticent to like overstep and criticize him for something that he has like, less power over. But yeah, there's more that he could do, definitely rhetorically, at the very least, against the Supreme Court.
Some level of bipartisanship, I think, in and of itself, is a good, because we have to be able to bring people in Congress to work together again. This relying on the Supreme Court.
Destiny is center right in what universe? Oh my God. It depends. Like, how far is your head up like Uncle Sam's ass, right? Like, how far embedded is your cranium in George Washington's colon, right? I gotta ask you that, because if you're in a real like what do you call like a real Americoid, then I'm not going to make much sense to you, right? You've got a distorted vision of the world based on having your head in the ass of our civic religion, right? So like if all you know is America, then yeah, that's a pretty wild thing to say, but no, it's absolutely true.
Especially now with a fucked 6-3 Supreme Court.
Glad to see that I still have some Destiny fans in the audience. Welcome.
Action is not a good way to conduct affairs because any gain we make can be lost at the snap of a finger. Number one, and number two, I feel like the bipartisan push is credited to Biden because when we look at Democrats, so for instance, you said we gave Democrats the House, we gave Democrats the Senate, we didn't give them the courts, and we gave Democrats the presidency, and then look at what we've done. We've gotten the American Recovery Act, we got the infrastructure bill, we got massive legislation. What did Trump do when he had all three and then four parts of government? Trump did nothing. He did his big tax cut bill, and that was it. They didn't repeal and replace Obamacare, which I think Republicans have been jerking off about doing for 8 years. Okay, they didn't repeal and replace Obamacare. They didn't make any of the big entitlement cuts they wanted to. They didn't even get their wall funding that they were talking about so much. Trump had to do it via executive action because the president gets wide deference and matters of state security. And they didn't even get the infrastructure bill passed that they said over and over again. Trump said, I can bring people together on infrastructure. He didn't. So the fact that Biden, I understand, especially as a progressive, especially when we want politics to be way further to the left. But
so wait, we're literally we're literally like comparing Biden to like an amateur jackass, like turned politician, right? Like somebody who literally has to be managed because he is so far out of touch with the way that things actually work, especially in the government, right? So somebody that was convinced that he won the election for it's probably still convinced, right? Yeah, that I don't know about that, Steven. I don't know about that. I gotta press the right button, don't I? I gotta press the good button. There we go.
Just because it's bipartisan doesn't mean it's good. I understand wanting to fight against that, but man, when Congress is like so defunct, I think that being able to get anything passed, let alone the massive legislation Biden has gotten passed, I think he gets credit for that. And I think there's
Steven, are you auditioning for a place on Morning Joe? Like this is like
credit is due there.
Okay, so first, Trump actually did the one thing that he and the Republicans cared about, the only thing they cared about, which is tax cuts for the rich. So that was 100% mission accomplished. The rest was just rhetoric. It's like, oh, I'm going to build a wall.
Also, like, do you hear the sound on this? I think it's Cenk. No, wait, it's Destiny. I remember this. Yo, there's something going on. Can people hear it? There's something going on with Destiny's sound. There's like a low rumble. And it's the kind of thing that would normally be taken care of by a noise gate. It's a very basic filter that you could run on your audio. I am wondering, and this is not the first time I've noticed this, I am wondering why Destiny does not run. Like, is there something comforting about the low rumble? Like, what's going on, right? To me, that's just bad audio.
Really even tried until the end, right? So we all know he's a giant liar. We all agree to that, right, et cetera. But the Republicans reveal themselves. What's the major thing that Ronald Reagan did? Giant tax cuts. What's the major thing that George W. Bush did? Giant tax cuts. What's the major thing that Trump did? Giant tax cuts, right? So they pass the things they want to pass. And every time, oh, golly gee, there was nothing Democrats.
Somebody please explain to Destiny that picking the lesser of two evils is still choosing evil. Destiny drowning, manic speaking, speed, arms flailing, true centrist audio. Yeah. Annoying sound coming from Destiny is called his voice. That's right. White noise. Is it white noise? Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And when they come back in, so here's a great example, Stephen.
It kind of does sound like a white noise machine.
So Trump and the Republicans butcher the tax rates, and they take corporate taxes.
That is officially Destiny's new nickname, white noise.
35% to 21%. Okay. Then Biden comes in and goes, I'm going to raise those back up to 28%.
I'm so sorry, big man dogs. Now you can't unhear it.
And I was like, wait, hold on. They were at 35. What do you mean back up to 28? So, okay, already you agree with the tax cuts for the rich and for corporations.
I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say it's this computer.
Then Manchin says,
here's the thing. I've got a computer too, right? You don't hear that. That's because I've got a noise gate. Now, there are some downsides to the noise gate. I mean, I'm sure that it cuts off part of my voice, and sometimes you'll hear it. Like if I make a high pitched sound, if I trail off, like right, you're gonna kind of hear like a cutout, and I hear it too, and it bugs me. It bugs me, right? But it's better than hearing my computer fan, I think, right? White noise sounds like the next anti-LGBT target rap music video. There we go. That would be the next rap music video act for the next boycott of a woke corporation.
No, not 28, 25. And Biden instantly goes, okay, fine, 25. And then they drop it, and it's still at 21.
White noise helps me sleep, says YS. Destiny gives me a headache.
So, A, he never fought for it. B, he never wanted to increase them back to where they were. That's a fact. There's no disputing that. And then C, he just didn't even try and loves them where they are. I say he loves them, and you can say, hey, no, I disagree with you, Cenk. Biden doesn't love that. He's just a pathetic ooze of weakness, and he just can't.
It's like a train station in the distance.
Can't fight back on any of this stuff. And so now that brings us to the point that you made about, well, wait a minute, LBJ had big majorities. Did he? He had big majorities of Democrats. But remember, a giant portion of those Democrats were Dixiecrats.
Yeah,
and we
that's
didn't
a good
just rely
point.
on the Supreme Court to pass legislation, to pass things that we agree with, policies, right? And it's kind of funny to say the Supreme Court is passing it, but that was the only functioning body we had left, because in my opinion, the donors bought everything else, and they love the status quo. They ground everything to a halt except tax cuts for the rich. And so, but no, Lyndon Johnson passed the Voting Rights Act, and he passed the Civil Rights Act, and he passed them through Congress, and he passed them despite the fact that a giant percentage of his party were Dixiecrats who ran on segregation, on being racist, and it cost.
It's actually a good point.
Some of their careers, but he actually fought. He fought like hell for it, and so did FDR. FDR said, "I welcome their hatred, and I'm going to defeat the Republicans' lust for greed." These are super strong words, and he would use words like that all the time, which leads me to my.
And there's a reason that Democrats don't do that, right? There's a reason that Democrats don't talk like that. Is that they, in some way, the Republicans' function is to do the bidding of their donors and to a lesser extent their voters, right? The Democrats is actually, I feel like they function as a harness, as a control. Hey, what's up? I know I'm a streamer. It's okay. Look, they what is going on here? I got that VIP treatment over here. Yeah, so like the Democrats, like a lot of what they're doing is managing the working class, right? And part of that managing us is avoiding narratives that are going to stimulate class consciousness. They will virtue signal towards the working class, right? They will virtue signal towards the whole middle class American dream BS, right? But in terms of that ends up serving the capital class at the end of the day. As far as the what Cenk was talking about is identifying the greed of the capitalist class and the Republican Party that represents them. That's a no-go. That's a no-go. The Democratic candidate who does that stuff gets a target on their back from the donor class, right? So, and the chattering class too.
Point, which is, how do you think they got those giant majorities? Remember, FDR took over from a Republican. It's not like it was already a big Democratic majority for him. No, he took over and built a giant Democratic majority by fighting for us, by getting results like Social Security and so many of the other things that he did after the Depression. And one thing now, back to the current day, you mentioned one thing I want to talk about. You strawmanned a little bit, and maybe you're not strawmanning for other people, but
yeah, Cenk is definitely way more honest about the Democratic Party than Destiny.
But for me, I don't come in and go, oh my God, I want a single payer overnight. No, in fact, if you remember the Jimmy Dore clowns did the force the vote in the beginning, and they're like, we're gonna force the Nancy Pelosi speaker vote thing so we can get a vote on Medicare for all. I'm like, guys, you're not gonna win that. You have no alternative to Nancy Pelosi, and there's no chance Medicare for all passes. So why don't you do something that's actually winnable, use your leverage and power to ask for something we actually can win on, like for example, $15 minimum wage, because they already promised it 8 ways to Sunday. They said they were definitely gonna do it. So then you use all of your leverage and power to get the things that you can get done, because then you could build from there, right? So we didn't ask for the moon in the sky. We asked for very reasonable things that corporate Democrats said that they were in favor of. But instead, we didn't even get the bare minimum. Voting rights was supposed to be the bare minimum. And honestly, Stephen, that one shocked me. My bar, as you can tell, for establishment Democrats is very, very low. I have almost no expectations of them. But I thought they would do half the voting rights bill. The anti-corruption stuff written by Larry Lessig, Godfather Campaign Finance Reform Movement. I remember talking to Larry about it, and I said, brother, I love you, but there's no way in the world they're gonna pass anti-corruption stuff. It's not just the Republicans. The Democrats are just as corrupt when it comes to taking campaign money. So that part has no hope. The gerrymandering thing would be brilliant, but I think very little hope because the Democrats are also complicit in that. But the other half, they needed for their own victories. They needed black people to be able to vote so Democrats could win. But Biden wouldn't even do that. No, and Stephen, they betray themselves. Last thing here, because there is one time they lifted the filibuster. They say, oh, the filibuster is immutable. The parliamentarian rules us. Does she? I didn't know we were in a parliamentarian system or parliament system. But no, they did lift they didn't give a damn about the parliamentarian. They did lift the filibuster once to raise the debt ceiling in the first 2 years. So when it affected the stock market, all of a sudden the filibuster is irrelevant. When it came to voting rights for African Americans, oh no, nothing we could do. Filibuster, the Democrats' best friend.
I think so. We can move on from here. I'll give a thing, and then you can give a fix because obviously.
Okay, so people like the response to this overall has been W Jink, right? Obviously, the Destiny people are going to say W Destiny. But I think I'm gauging this correctly, and I think the overall consensus is that Jink came away looking pretty good here. Now, like I'm seeing why, right? Because like Destiny just left that. Destiny left that with a major advantage for the points that Jink was trying to make. They are going to talk, just to let you know what comes up, what's coming up here. They are going to be talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And if you don't know, that is Destiny and his community, and Chud Logic, and all the Orbiters communities, right? They are obsessed with Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, right? They know all the stories around Rittenhouse in vivid detail. So it's basically like trying to argue with a QAnoner, right? They're going to refer to all this stuff that you've never heard of before. And if you don't know what it is, you don't really know how to refute it. Now, I'm not comparing him to like the QAnon in the sense that I don't think he's like, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory on the level of QAnon. But because they've gotten so into it, they're able to sound like they have command of the knowledge, you know, like be able to mention more details of the story. And if you don't remember those details, if you didn't painstakingly watch every bit of footage from Kenosha, then you're going to kind of be lost, right? And I do think that maybe that Rittenhouse part, Jink came away looking not as strong. Oh my God, I'm giving you a spoiler. Here, I'll let you judge for yourself.
We can go back and forth forever. I would like to contextualize where Biden sits at right now on the precipice of extremist disaster in U.S. history. We came off of what is arguably, I'm not going to say the most conservative president ever, because I don't even know if Trump is truly conservative, but I'll say like the most like fascist president ever, at least in my lifetime from what I've seen. We went from that to a crazy packed conservative Supreme Court, to a Republican House and Senate, and we have slingshotted from that all the way to Biden, and then a liberal majority in the Senate, barely, and House, Senate if you have Vice President, and House. And then from there, after we went from the most fascist regime ever back to Biden, I will agree that it's not like we don't live in the progressive utopia, but we got legislation that is like giving out unbelievable amounts of stimulus to low-income Americans. When you talk about that expansion of the child tax credit, that was insane. When you talk about some of the huge investments in green energy we've made, I'm pretty sure the largest in U.S. history as part of the infrastructure bill, that was insane. When you talk about, I'm pretty sure the Respect for Marriage Act that got rid of the prior, I think, Defense of Marriage Act from the 90s, that we managed to codify some rights around gay marriage. That's insane. The fact that we were able to do these things after Trump, after we were at that extreme of a position, and then we came back and now we're at Biden, and now we're fighting on these things. Again, I think he gets a lot of credit for that, for being legislatively more effective than Trump, he has been, and for doing this following what is probably the most divisive presidency in U.S. history. I don't think half of Republicans even fucking think that election was real still, because these guys are out here waiting for the magical Supreme Court decision that's going to overturn the prior election or whatever. I guess like the thing that I guess I'm kind of summarizing the list for is like, I don't know what Biden is supposed to do. You know, we can talk about LBJ and the Dixiecrats, and you know, we can talk about, well, you know, these guys fought and they fought and they fought, but these guys had strong grounds to stand on.
No. The point, it's not just like LBJ and the Dixiecrats, right? You're talking about, like, you claimed that the Democrats had a majority at the time, and you're not looking at the fact that LBJ didn't necessarily have his own party, right? I mean, like, it's irrelevant. That was an issue. God, yeah, and you know, it was definitely a different time. It was definitely a different time, right? This is kind of like, if you want to talk about LBJ, you're talking about some of the events that caused the Great Alignment. You're talking about a you're talking about a different set of alliances, right? You're talking about a time when part of the Democratic Party's main issue was segregation, and they were pro-segregation and racism, and they wanted to uphold racism. And where Republicans, some Republicans were allies on that, right? And because of that, because of some of the legislation that LBJ passed, you got the Dixiecrats, you got the people that are probably a pretty core, like if you want to look at the descendants, the spiritual descendants of the Dixiecrats, right? They're Trumpers, right? They're Southern Trump supporters, and those people got out of the party. Those people got out of the party. Trump didn't even repeal or replace Obamacare, the Republicans' biggest wish for a post-Obamacare, Obama presidency. More fascist than Bush, more fascist than Reagan. Yeah, there we go. Trump was bad, but he was also. I mean, okay. Well, I'm trying to think. Reagan had a decent amount of support. Reagan had a lot of like mythology going for him, let's just say. But I don't know if I'd compare it to the MAGA movement. Right? Like, it's not Trump that scares me as much as it is MAGA. As much as clear as it is, and they attached, right-wing street thugs to the movement, and the Oath Keepers, basically an organization trying to corrupt law enforcement even more to the point of what most people would call treason. In fact, some of these Oath Keepers just went to prison for wait, what were the charges? What did they get charged with? Was it treason, or I'm trying to remember the exact thing. There were some unprecedented charges for some of the Proud Boys and Oath Keeper leaders. But I get what you're saying, that like you need to not undersell Reagan, you need to not undersell Bush, and even presidencies like Obama's presidency had some really dark aspects.
We are so divided as a country today. Like I said, I'm pretty sure over a quarter of Americans don't even believe the last election was real. And the stuff that we're fighting about today is so much more.
I think Biden is still a Dixiecrat. Yo, he definitely he was one. Wait, no, wait, he wasn't. Wait, did you have to be a Southerner to be a Dixiecrat? Biden has definitely got some racism in his past. Like, right? Definitely got some racism in his past. I don't know. He's from Delaware, though. Was he a Dixiecrat, actually, or just kind of a fellow traveler in racism? QAnon grabbed a lot of the apolitical people and their MAGA. Yeah, that is, yeah.
Nebulous or amorphous than, like civil rights, right? Like we probably should have the same civil rights across the entire country. That's a lot easier than how do we legislate like gerrymandering and, voting and everything in the United States. That gets a lot more hairy when we try to figure it out. So I agree that I wish that Biden could do more, but I'm not entirely sure what he can do. There's like no position for strategic maneuvering here. All it takes is like Manchin or Sinema to be like, you know what? I'm not going along with this. It's like, well, fuck me. We got 49, 48 in the Senate. I guess we're done completely. And now we're just lame ducking it for, 4 years until, hopefully we do better in the next election.
Okay, I can go on forever on.
Sure. I'll give you the last word on this section. I go for it.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it as short as I can. Look, yes, I think Trump is a fascist. I think he would end democracy. We agree there. But that's again a super low bar. Hey, I'm not Mussolini is not a great campaign slogan. And the child tax credit was fantastic. You go back to our videos, you'll see we give a ton of credit for that. But as usual, once it ran out, they just dropped it. They never went back to it. So like they dropped every progressive proposal instantly. But that Mountain Valley Pipeline for Joe Manchin, they brought it back 3-4 times until they finally put it in a bill for no reason at all. And they put it in because Joe Biden always wanted to do the Mountain Valley Pipeline because Joe Biden is Joe Manchin. It was just so gratuitous to put that in the bill. Okay, and then finally, what can he do? Just a short version of it is pay.
Funny thing is, we were never united when the United States colonized, collaborated together. Half the population weren't even considered full people. Yeah, like this is the civic religion that Ameribus, or I shouldn't say Ameribus. I should just say, wait, is there a name for is there like an oid for Americans? Anyway, like the whole civic religion, the whole worship of George Washington and Ben Franklin and Uncle Sam and all that stuff. Ameribus, yeah, Ameribus more properly somebody that's not from the United States that wishes that likes the American culture and. Yeah, we got to keep our iron golems strong. Patriot. Oh my god, a patriot. A proud patriot. Look, he's hiding. Or is he stuck? He might actually be stuck. Can you get unstuck? Can I help you? Here, just get off the bed. There you go, off the bed. Wait. How do you even get out? I don't think you can get out. How did you get in here? How did you ever get in here? No, get off the bed. Definitely get off the bed. I need to see if you can walk through that door. Can I dig this? What can I do with this? Oh, maybe like... Can I get you out this door? Come on, let's go. You need to protect the village. That's your job. Hikikomori.
Family leaves at 84%. So you go out and you do press conferences every single day.
I don't know
the
how
largest microphone
it's weird
in the
for
world.
him to be there,
And you go,
honestly.
hey, 84%. Or do we live in a democracy or don't we? Did you know that 74% of Republicans want paid family leave? Did you know that Estonia has 82 weeks of paid family leave and we have
He
none?
wants more
Zero.
pay.
You have a baby.
I already gave him
back
like
into the coal mines, back in the assembly.
a bunch.
Why are 3/4 of Republicans being ignored by their own politicians? That's because they're corrupt corporate lackeys.
No, he literally
Right?
wants to be on this
Biden and
bed.
Democrats don't want to fight. They got no fight in them. I just wish they'd get the hell out of the way. So like, that's why I formed Rebellion PAC in the first place. Let's get some grassroots funding, rebellionpac.com, okay? And let's go kick these guys' asses and show them how it's actually done.
I'm curious if we can find agreement here or not. I feel like, in my opinion, the best way to pass a more progressive agenda is to get people to vote out Republicans, as many Republicans as possible. That if the Democrats had wider margins in the House or the Senate, we'd see something get done differently. Because it feels like right now the fixation is like, okay, I know we've got very slim majorities, but we need to get rid of some of these Democrats. We need to get some more progressive Democrats in there. I feel like they'd be in the same position. Like you even said, like that force the vote on like Medicare for all. Like, what's the point, right? If you don't have the majorities in Congress to get it done, but you don't agree with that, yeah? Would you?
No, I don't agree with that at all. I guarantee you that that if they had a majority of 4, all of a sudden there would be 4 Democrats that were holding out, not just 2, like Manchin and Sinema. They'd all of a sudden it'd be Coons and Carper as well. If they had a majority of 8, all of a sudden it would be 8 Democrats holding out, because I've covered politics for 25 years and I've seen them do it over and over and over again. And so and in fact, Jayapal just gave away the game. Theoretical head of the Progressive Caucus, or the caucus is theoretically progressive. And she said, well, look, we showed them, we voted no. Now, if they needed the votes, we would have given it to them, but we voted no to show that we disagree. Well, then you just gave away the game, brother, or sister in that case, okay? So you're just saying, oh, we're just faking it out here. So however many Democratic votes they need to pass these awful bills, we'll always give it to them. But we're gonna pretend that we're against this bill because they don't need our votes. That's the kind of gamesmanship that happens. And so, I mean, I guess that's a core disagreement. I don't think that they're golly gee honest people that went to Washington and Mr. Smith just couldn't pull it off. No, they all get massive funding from corporate donors, PACs, super PACs, and they do exactly as they're told.
But then if that's the case, then why engage with the political system at all? Because now we're back at the square zero. Because now it feels like, yeah, why bother voting or anything if they're all bought and paid for?
No. I don't want people to get discouraged. I'm captain of Team Hope, okay? So that's why I helped to form Justice Democrats, because my thesis was if you untether people from corporate PAC money, they can actually be honest. And that's why, like, is it random that AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and Ilhan Omar were the most visible Democrats when they first got elected, and then Jamal Bowman, Cory Bush. These are all big names you've heard over and over again.
Yeah, but they're winning in plus 40. But they're winning in plus 40 blue districts, right? This is why when the progressives were talking about like, well, we're going to get a progressive in for Manchin, they got slaughtered. That's why people like Nina Turner, even when they fundraise their opponent 2-1, get destroyed. I don't think there's much credit for progressives that are winning in massively blue districts and then attacking the rest of the Democratic Party from the safest seats of the United States.
No. So Stephen, first of all, when we won a lot of those battles, they were not a given at all. AOC beating Joe Crowley in that primary was one of the biggest upsets in political history, in American history. And so now all of a sudden, they always turn impossible to inevitable, right? It was always gonna happen. No, it wasn't. There was massive victories in there, okay? And so, but the reason that they fought loudly and strongly for their voters in the beginning was because they're not taking corporate PAC money. It's the donors that hold them back. Oh, don't do class warfare. Whoa, don't do that. Don't do this, don't do that. That's why the corporate Democrats are always hiding. They're hiding in a cave. So yes, no, there's something you could do. You vote in primaries first, because one, you got to get the corrupt Democrats out, because they're just going to vote with the Republicans anyway on economic issues. But number two, you actually need, when they get into office, for them to vote the right way and to be untethered from the corruption. And I'll give you an ironic example. Matt Gaetz, terrible guy, was on the show. We yelled at him. We yelled back and forth. Got no love for him, right? But he decided not to take corporate PAC money.
Nude is an example of an Ameribu. He'll make videos driving around Norway, complaining about how much better he'd be off if he was living in Texas. Oh my God. Meanwhile, how many people in Texas wish they lived in Norway? Probably a lot, actually. He wants more flowers. Oh wait, they'll take a flower, right? They will actually pick up a flower if you give it to them.
And then lo and behold, he was the one Republican that proposed,
it's like trying to get me to leave the house.
An anti-corruption.
You had a golem stuck on the roof?
You got to get them out of the minute you detach them from the donors, they become honest. And they might be honestly awful like Matt Gaetz. They might be honestly wonderful like some of the Justice Democrats. But all of a sudden you get your democracy back a little bit. And so if you don't get money out of politics,
probably
then yes,
pick
in the
up
long
a
term it's
flower.
hopeless. But we must get money out of politics.
Okay, I mean, like, I feel like the more important thing would be flipping Republican votes to Democrat and then fighting from there, rather than trying to flip Dem to blue or Dem. But I think we disagree on that. We could go back and forth on that, probably forever.
And by the way, Stephen, I'll just say real quick, that's why I formed Justice Democrats, so that we could have hope, so that we could have uncorrupted
Like
Democrats.
the thing that Steven's not thinking of is that, like, there's actually a utility that he's not recognizing in flipping Democratic seats to progressive Democratic seats, right? And that is that, I mean, look at the Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. Let's go back to 2016. Let's go back to the primary, right? Now, obviously, we can't go back and change that. But the numbers for Sanders and Trump looked better, always looked better, than the numbers for Hillary versus Trump. Why is that? Why is that, right? Hillary Clinton had a reputation amongst Republicans as being like a horrible liberal, the liberalist of liberals, the worst person out there. And meanwhile, you know, Hillary obviously is center right, and Bernie is, you know, something along the lines of a social democrat, maybe at best, right? But he's definitely further to the left, right? And yet you got more Republicans willing to cross aisles to vote for Bernie. Because they can tell that Hillary Clinton doesn't mean anything that she says, and Bernie's kind of the opposite. It's pretty blatant that, you know, that you know, at least most of what he says is stuff that he really means. There's some authenticity there, and there's also some actual hope. Some of the reason that some of what fills up Republican roles is the fact that the Democrats will say that they're aligned with the working class, will say that they're aligned with marginalized people, and then they constantly throw us under the bus. They constantly make deals, right? That is actually a liability at the end of the day, surprisingly, as much as you want to make bipartisanship a virtue in and of itself. That is some fishhook theory garbage, right? That is some fishhook brainworms right there.
And that's why I formed Wolfpack at wolf-pack.com. Wolfpack is to get money out of politics. It's now you.
Yeah, exactly, Chad Alpha. Are we pretending the Democrats have never had the House, the Senate, and executive branch, and we still have the same problems? Exactly, because at the end of the day, what the Democrats are looking for is a place in the history books. What the Democrats are looking for is credit as being a bipartisan, credit as being a statesman. And what Republicans are looking for is legislative victories, and they're getting them, right? Because the Democrats don't care about that. They are allergic to legislative victories, right? For several reasons.
Partisan. It is massively bipartisan. Republican voters hate corruption. Democratic voters hate corruption. The politicians love it. The voters hate it. So we brought people together, and now we're fighting for it. And it's passed in like 3 Republican legislatures. It's passed in 20 overall in the states, and it's a resolution to call for a convention to get money out of politics, because the only way you can do it is go above the Supreme Court and get an amendment.
Sure.
And so it's a beautiful movement, and you couldn't do it, but you've got to get past the corrupt politicians.
Sure. I understand what you're saying. I just, like, it's not like having a lot of progressives in Congress have helped at all, right? Like, the seats that are more important are going to be the ones in the middle anyway, right? Our mansions and our cinemas. Because the reason why those seats are important is because we know that those are the only types of Democrats that can hold those seats, right?
Destiny, this is why you suck as a political consultant. That's you giving away the game. You think so. You think West Virginia, one of the more, impoverished states in the nation, right? You don't think that a Democrat who actually stood up for working people might do a little bit better than just a absolute Washington empty suit like Joe Manchin? You don't think so? Just a little bit, maybe? Yo, this guy is so bad. This guy is so bad. Look, we have to keep him from getting any sort of clout. Like him being a source that gets consulted by the Democratic Party or by Democratic candidates in any way would be disastrous. This guy has like worse political instincts than Hillary. That's where he's at, right? I'm calling it, chat. I'm calling it. This emperor, no clothes.
If AOC starts saying, well, I'm not voting with the party, anything, screw you guys, I want a progressive agenda, okay, fine. Eventually she'll get primaried by somebody else, but that's always going to be a Democratic seat. That's always going to be a safe seat. We're not worried about losing it. I think that's why we fight for those seats in the middle so much more. On the Republican side as well, I think that's why those seats in the middle are so much more valuable, why people fight over them so much more. And I feel like that's why we should be trying to expand our majorities rather than purity testing the seats that are the furthest to the left that aren't as valuable anyway.
So, Stephen, in my opinion, there's a fundamental misperception in there in the first place, because Joe Manchin is not the only kind of guy who could win in West Virginia. West Virginia is very populist. They're more populist than they are conservative, right? The reason Manchin wins is because mainstream media gives him tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in free positive coverage. They call him moderate, right? But if you look at his policy positions, literally none of them are moderate. He takes extreme right-wing positions where the country's not. For example, 3/4 of the country wants to raise taxes on the rich. Joe Manchin comes on TV and goes, I'm a moderate, I want to cut taxes on the rich, I'm reasonable, right? That's not the moderate position. That's a tiny extremist minority of the country. And what does corporate media do? Moderate. No, you go in and you run populist and you say to people, goddamn right, we're going to tax the rich. We're going to finally get justice. You're paying your taxes every day. The middle class gets screwed day in and day out. It's time that the rich pay their fair taxes. It's time that you get to spend time with your baby when you deliver. I mean, I can go on and on. You go populist and you could win so many more of those seats rather than the fake moderates that are just.
But I mean, the reality is Manchin voted with Biden's agenda 88% of the time, right? Like, he didn't vote for
what, on post offices?
It's better than having a Republican in there. I mean, how many of the Republicans are voting on Biden's agenda 88% of the time, right? That's what I'm saying. If another Democrat can win in West Virginia, then go.
The speed up makes Destiny sound like Ben Shapiro, straight up. Yeah. Wait, Cenk is going in against Manchin. Why doesn't he use his clout with the Justice Dems and Wolfpack? I feel like they've tried. I feel like they might have supported a candidate against Manchin.
Go for it. My understanding is the last time somebody tried to primary Manchin, the guy got like 30% of the vote, I think. I don't even remember the name.
It's actually, I think it was worse than that. So it was Paula Jean Swearengin, and she's a good person, but not the greatest candidate.
Sure.
And so, look, do you need someone who's a quality candidate? Yes. But honestly, the hardest thing in the world is to get past the mainstream media, because they'll just smear you to death. And so they do it to all the progressives. And so, but I would argue, and now we're going to get too far down this rabbit hole and we have very little time left, but I'll just say, I think Manchin in a lot of ways does more damage than a Republican, because he validates the Republican position by saying, I agree with it, and hence it's bipartisan, hence it's moderate, hence it's the reasonable position. And so I think that does way more damage than just a regular Republican who just seems like an extremist. He makes their extremist positions look good, and that's a world of damage.
Like, do you think if Manchin wasn't in the Senate, do you think that we would have Jackson as the Supreme Court? Like, do you think that would, like, because I understand the frustration, because I feel it too. Okay, I'm not a Manchin or a Sinema fan. I don't think Sinema's a Democrat anymore. Is she an independent now? I'm not fans of these senators. I agree, and it sucks that it feels like like they have so much sway over the party. But I mean, like, this is how politics always works. If you go to countries, for instance, that have multi-party systems, oftentimes you'll get a majority government formed, and all of a sudden,
a guy with a 50 F1050 definitely could beat Maserati mansion.
That little party with like 6 seats is calling the shots on the majority government because people need those votes. And I view like Manchin and Sinema to be the same. But I mean, like when we look at, I don't even know how to pronounce the first name. For Jackson for the Supreme Court, when you look at the major legislation that was passed like almost along party lines in the Senate, Manchin sucks, but a Republican there is like game over. Like now we can't even complain about how bad our legislation is because there's no legislation to even speak of. We would just have a lame duck president.
Yeah, so first, by the way, that's another one to give credit to Biden on. I think Justice Jackson has been really good so far. She was the lone vote in a critical union case where even Sotomayor and Kagan voted the wrong way, and it was 8-1. And yeah, so Stephen, it's a balancing act. I don't want people to misinterpret my passion for being impractical. No, you got to get things done. And so if you're just doing it for rhetoric or for release or something like that, that's not at all helpful. You have to.
Catharsis,
the outrage
Cenk.
should bring a spotlight with it, and then you shine
Catharsis.
that spotlight.
The word
on
you're
issue
looking
where you
for
have
is
winning
catharsis.
ground. That's why I talk about paid family leave being at 84%. It's winning ground for us. If we wanted to fight on that, we can win on that, right? But if you say, hey, listen, we need to get a Supreme Court justice passed, so I need to make X, Y, and Z compromise with Manchin or Sinema. Well, look, in that case, I could live with it. It depends. It depends on what are we compromising on? What's the policy? What's the position? What are we going for? So it's not just a blanket statement of, okay, get rid of them or don't get rid of them.
Okay. Oh man, we got 2 other huge topics here. We can do this for a couple minutes. I'm curious. Has your this was like a major litmus test, I think, for a lot of like media coverage was like the Rittenhouse stuff. Do you
Here we go. Here we go. I promised you this like most cursed part of the debate right here. Yeah, number 31. Thank you so much, Vitingale. Yeah, Vitingale's reminding you that liking the stream on YouTube is easy, fun, free, and just like the right thing to do. You should be hitting that like button. It costs you nothing. Same thing with subscribing. Subscribing on Twitch, if you're from Twitch, right? It costs you money. It's a $5 a month kind of thing, right? Hitting subscribe on YouTube is just that. Hitting subscribe on YouTube, and that'll give you access to all my notifications, all my updates. You'll know when I'm going live. You'll know when a video comes out. And if you want to turn that subscription into a membership, you'll even get more stuff, including members-only content, members-only streams, and videos. Which it looks like I'm going to be doing more and more of that as Twitch, sort of does itself in. Like, right, there's going to be more of a necessity for me to provide content, to provide value to people on both on my Patreon and on YouTube as well. So thank you for reminding me of that, Vitingale. Bop that like button, absolutely.
I still stand by it? Do you feel like, I feel like when I watched the Young Turks and a lot of other people, there were a lot of insane statements coming out about how like conservatives love to kill people, conservatives are always looking to kill people, they can't wait to kill, they're constantly looking to kill people, get away from it. Like, do you think that like this type of rhetoric or this discussion around what were like largely violent riots that were largely spurred, I think, by like bad media coverage of the original Kenosha shooting of oh god, what was the name of the guy? They got shot in the back several times. Yeah. It like the whole Rittenhouse saga to me was Jacob Blake gets shot, and there's bad coverage in the media about it, making it seem like he was just an innocent guy getting in the car to drive away. And then riots happen in Kenosha. They get bad media coverage. You've got the CNN, the infamous CNN coverage of fiery protests, but mostly peaceful in the background. Then you've got Rittenhouse, does his thing, and then we get more bad coverage of that. In my opinion, I think a lot of the facts get misrepresented there in a lot of left-leaning media, and it just feels like we're on this never-ending train of stoking the fires of resentment, hatred, on top of misinformation and bad claims, and then at the end of the day, we all walk away feeling like we've done something good when we're just like kind of like preaching basically misinformation to the audience and everything.
Yeah. So no, I don't back away from anything I said. But again, I'm not a standard leftist, right? So and you're not either, right? You're not a standard anything.
He's
right?
not
So,
a
for
leftist
example,
at all.
you support Democrat and the.
Is Cenk even listening?
Democrats, but you have this
I don't know if he
opinion,
knows who he's talking
is
to
a little out
here.
of left field, right? Or maybe right field. And so like I said at the beginning, I respect you for that. That's genuine. It's unique, etc. Right? So on Rittenhouse. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to go with a weapon to that protest or riot. Like if you're right and it's a terrible riot, and in a lot of ways that it was. So I wouldn't have put.
Oh my god. So like it looks like Destiny and maybe Cenk too are missing the point of what riots are. Look, they're not like intentional organized things that happen because people think it's a good idea, right? It's a situation that happens sometimes during a protest, and actually has a lot more to do with the actions of the police in the context of the protest than in the intent of the protesters, right? But they want to use this to demonize not just the protesters, but the movement, right? And I'm talking about, the BLM movement writ large, not like a, single like incident. There's been so many incidents, and if you want to like claim that is you want to claim that the way that the police treat black people in the United States is fair and isn't like structural racist violence, then you're a good ghoul, and I don't want anything to do with you, right? And Destiny definitely fits those shoes. And like, yeah, like they're obsessed with every little detail of the Rittenhouse thing because it allows them to feel smarter than everybody on the left, right? But just like a QAnoner painstakingly memorizing like all these facts to be able to sound like they have more authority than they actually do in a debate, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous when at the end of the day, like this comes down not to Destiny's like take about the Kenosha, what happened in Kenosha, or about the Rittenhouse incident. But this is the guy that talked about mowing down dipshit protesters, right? This is the guy, that thought that the, protest movement was just inconvenient, right? This is a guy that does not get it in any sense. Facts, riots are the language of the unheard. Any creature backed into a corner. Well, yeah. So yeah, and it's also like the way that the cops handle it. Like, look at Seattle. Look at the Chaz situation, right? If you buy into the media narrative, Chaz came about from the conscious intentions of the rioters. We don't say the protesters. We just think of them, all the protesters, as rioters, right? They're really rioters. They want to riot. They're doing the riot, right? That's the riot. The riot is their fault, right? Clearly, these are rioters, right? And in reality, it was actually an interesting set of circumstances that precipitated the Chaz, right? The autonomous zone. I would say that the existence of the autonomous zone was more the strategy and the plan of the police and the city than it was of the protesters, right? Because here's what happened. Protests broke out. The mayor declared a curfew while the protests were going on. This was a curfew that was so early that nobody currently protesting would be able to get out of the streets, get back home by the time that the curfew like takes effect, right? So they set up a curfew to be able to go arrest and harass people, right? That's what the curfew was for. And, people weren't putting up with it. The cops kept on upping the ante, right? They had their tear gas, they had their flashbang grenades, they had their supposedly non-lethal means, right? And they started getting like more and more ruthless, more and more dangerous with those means. They started, these ordinances that are meant to be shot at the ground, these rubber bullets and stuff, right? They end up shooting them at people, injuring a whole bunch of people, making the situation incredibly unsafe, chaotic, dangerous, right? And they thought that they could scare the protesters into just going home, into giving up, into saying it's too dangerous, it's too scary, I don't want to be a part of that. Instead, the opposite happened, right? And in the past, that had always worked. You can't get a protest movement under control. Just up the terror. Just increase the terror. And eventually they'll go home, right? And Seattle tried that. And they kept trying it. And they kept upping the ante. And they kept upping the violence, right? Up until the point where they ran out of tear gas. The Chaz started after the cops ran out of tear gas. Yeah? they used it all up. They used it all. They fired it all on protesters, right? And they didn't have any left. And at that point, after antagonizing the crap out of people, the Seattle cops abandoned a section of town where the protests had been taking place, right? Just up and left. So it's not that the protesters, you know, took over a section of the city to impose their weird, you know, failed anarchist utopia. Like that's what you'll hear from the mainstream media. This was a bunch of people reacting to very fluid situation, where the, you know, the law and order, the supposed law and order withdrew itself. The government withdrew itself, right? They stopped doing their job. They stopped taking care of that part of the city. So, you know, far be it from like an intention of the group of protesters to try to set up an ideal society, right? Or some kind of Paris commune or something like that. That's not what was going on, right? That whole thing was the cops and the city's means of taking back the narrative that they had lost by inflicting an increasing amount of violence on the protesters. And then to the point that it was unsustainable to keep ramping up. And through making the story about the protesters, through, you know, playing it off as some kind of like an attempted commune or something in the middle of the city, an attempted you know, takeover. I mean, you know, it was basically a public relations move to say, okay, well, let's give the oh, you don't like the cops? Let's give the anarchists a try. Let's see if they, you know what I mean? Let's give the anarchists their utopia. Oh, looks like it didn't work. Oh, looks like the police. Yeah, the police like they brought like you know, they tried to push all of the problems of the city into that little autonomous zone, and then be like, look, this is what happens. This is what happens when you don't have law and order. These are the people that want to abolish the police. This is what happens, right? You need us, right? And they sold that narrative. Oh my God. And I should have written down like where the heck the village was, because I like don't know now. Wow, great. Wait, I remember this. I remember this area.
As the fires are going on in the back. No, of course there was some fires, there was vandalism, there was danger. There's no question about that, right? You can't deny reality. Now, why would I grab a weapon and go in the middle of that? It doesn't make any sense. It's not even his community.
So the obvious, well, I mean, it was his community, but like the obvious comparison would be like the rooftop Koreans during like the Rodney King riots in LA. Like, do you think that does anybody in the United States have any sort of moral right to defend communities they feel attached to? Or do you think that's just something
No, Stephen. So I think those are two very, very different things. Look, you got a store, you work your ass off for it. My dad's an immigrant. He worked his ass off. He built his own business brick by brick. And you want to protect that. I hear you, brothers and sisters. Okay, I got you. And these days there's a lot of crime. You want to protect your family? Absolutely, I get it, okay? But he didn't live there. I mean, they crossed state lines. I don't know
just real quick, because I lived in Nebraska. He crossed it. It was a 15-minute drive. He lived like 15 minutes away. And when you live, I lived in Omaha. There's a lot of towns that you drive out to that you're like part of those communities. A lot of people in Council Bluffs go to.
Why?
Because
why go there?
Well, why? I mean, like people don't talk about it, but like, like the day before the Rittenhouse thing happened, there was that older guy, Robert Cobb. His business had literally been burned to the ground. It was being arsoned, and I think he was running around with a fire extinguisher trying to put it out. And
what was Rittenhouse going to do? Was he going to sit there and shoot everybody that came by?
He shot 3 people. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, but that's my point. He went there to go shoot. In my opinion, he went there not specifically like in my mind, premeditated.
One of the sad parts of the protest, right, is that the country had a choice between valuing human life and valuing property. And they largely, you know, at first the protests were about human life. At first the, you know, Black lives, right? You know, they were like, this has got to stop. Like, we see the pattern, we see what's going on, and we're not going to put up with it anymore. And to win the narrative back, they changed it to being about property, right? And they did this by, you know, pumping up every burning image, every burning, you know, like video they could find, and making you think, like, you know, like the streamer Portland is burning, right? The reason I always found his name kind of funny is because the right wing was always trying to convince you that when they talk about Portland, you would think the whole thing was on fire. You would think that all of Portland was like aflame. You'd think that, like, you know, that, well, how does anybody live there? Yeah, it's not true, right? You're seeing selective images. You're seeing the most intense, you know, kind of footage that you possibly can. And then because that's all the media is showing you, the tendency is to make the assumption that that is all that's going on in the city of Portland, right? And that's what any kind of resistance against the police state and its systemic racist violence amounts to, right? And through the idea of like these mom and pop, and it got burned down, the protesters came and they were like, oh, you know, like, right? And like, this is why we got to support the cops, right? We can't have these protesters going and doing anything they want, burning down everybody's business, right? People chose property of white faces, you know, that in the end they had more, you know, sympathy, you know, towards those individuals who are kind of cherry picked, right? Than they did towards the continuation of the legal and systemic violence against Black people that was the reason for the movement in the first place. Yeah, the media never shows peaceful protests, which most are. Yeah. I've never. They'll laugh. That's a meme on the right wing, right? Peaceful protest. Like, right? You think there's no such thing as a peaceful protest from the right wing. Protests start off as peaceful. They get sketchy. They get hectic. They get dangerous when the cops turn off the heat to try to get the protesters to disperse. This is the term that never gets talked about in the media, but the term is police riot. The police are the rioters. The police want the riot. The police provoke the crowd in order to get that you know, event that they can justify, used to justify mass violence against the protesters, right? That's how riots happen in terms of like the violent, you know, confrontations that you see, right? That's how you know, that's how protests get plunged into chaos, right? Mostly through police action.
I'm going to go and murder some people on the left, and I'm going to feel great. No,
sure, but
right?
like, but
I'm
then
going
when
to
you
go
look
with
at
a weapon, and if there's any kind of provocation, whoa, I might get to use it.
Yeah, but I mean, we can say that, but when you look at the evidence, there's just no evidence. There's nothing that supports that.
No, that's 100%. Look, he goes there with a weapon. He goes to provoke. Then why did he shoot the first guy?
He shot the first guy because the first guy was chasing him in a parking lot. He'd already made threats earlier. That's on camera, and he was lunging for Rittenhouse's rifle after a guy behind him had fired a shot with his pistol. After Rittenhouse turned around to see where the noise is coming from.
So, but
and if you look at Rittenhouse and what that event really represents, it is the Second Amendment trumping the First Amendment. That's what that's really about, right? Because you have a situation where you've got a protest, you've got a chaotic situation, right? And when you throw guns into that, it gets to the point where something like this is going to happen, right? My understanding of the situation is that there was a sound. Now they're going to talk about this. I don't know if it's the same sound that they're talking about as the, you know, one that I'm talking about, right? Yeah, no, shoot each other. Wait, did one of them win? No, come on. But yeah, basically, when you've got a guy walking around, like, because let's be real about what Kyle Rittenhouse was doing, right? He's walking around the scene like intimidating people. He's walking around the scene with a, you know, very large weapon, you know, brandishing this weapon, like, you know, as a type of intimidation, right? And yeah, that adds some fear to the situation. So what happens when a guy's walking around with a gun and there's a loud noise? A noise that sounds like a gunshot. What is going to happen in that situation, right? How are people supposed to react? You hear a gun shot, you see the situation get chaotic, and then you see a guy emerge from the crowd with a large weapon, right? What are you supposed to think? Are you supposed to trust that, like, you know, yeah, I think that this guy with the gun, I mean, he's probably just exercising his Second Amendment right. I'm sure that this gun and that sound, that gun sound, like, have nothing to do with each other. I'm sure this is just a coincidence, right? What are people supposed to think? And like, I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every clip made in Kenosha, like Destiny and his audience seem to have. And I'll put a caveat on that encyclopedic knowledge, right? It feels like it is a cherry-picked knowledge. It feels like they're you know, searching for their narrative. They're searching for their justification. They're searching for a reason. You know, now Destiny, as far as I understand, Destiny and his community, they're not seeing Kyle Rittenhouse, I guess, you know, in heroic terms, the way that I could be wrong about this. I could easily be wrong about this. Maybe I don't know about what I'm talking about, right? But like, as far as I'm not going to put that on them, of the kind of worship of Kyle Rittenhouse that the right wing is given to. But they definitely hate protesters. And they're given to really confuse the idea of protesters with the idea of rioters. They're given to see protesters, even in a peaceful protest, of guilty of any kind of violence that happened in any way adjacent to the protest that they're involved in. So yeah, this is frustrating.
Stephen, I think that you're proving my point, which is...
I don't think so at all. I think it was...
Destiny's argument is, if you ignore all the evidence, then you will see there is no evidence.
Let me explain. So you go into this dangerous, what you think is a dangerous situation. You go in there with a weapon. Then you hear a shot. That's true. There was a shot.
No,
he heard it.
He's asking for evidence of like intent, right? Which is...
He didn't see where the shot was coming from. He just turned around and shot the guy.
Whereas, like, largely in terms of the protest, in terms of the protest and the armed people who came out to intimidate the protesters, whether they be, you know, Boogaloo Boys, MAGA Chuds, or whatever, right? Like, it's pretty easy to see what that intent is, right? You go to a chaotic situation carrying a gun, where the people, you know, there are people that you don't like. And basically what you're doing is you're carrying a large weapon, looking for provocation, looking for justification, looking for a chance to portray yourself as a hero for committing murder. And that's what Rittenhouse was looking for, and that's what Rittenhouse got. That's what the Republicans and the Chuds gave him. And although, like I said, I don't know for sure, you know, like, I'm not going to say that Destiny and his community are worshiping Rittenhouse, you know, on the same level as the MAGA fans, because I don't know that for a fact, right? But I will say that they are acting as enablers for this kind of violence.
Turned around and shot a guy that was
incredibly
lunging.
reckless.
No, it wasn't reckless. It wasn't reckless at all, because he only shot the guy that was lunging for him, trying to grab his rifle. This is indisputable on video. The guy was chasing him down. He turned around. He was lunging.
Can I come to your house? Can I come to your house with a weapon, and then if you grab for it, I get to shoot you?
If probably, yeah. If you were in my house,
crazy.
no,
You
hold
don't
on,
see
wait.
that that's crazy?
If you come to my house and you have a weapon on you and we get into an altercation, I'm gonna grab that gun from you. Of course, you have a right to defend yourself, especially if I was twice your
in my
size.
house with a weapon in the first place. What
You
am I
should.
doing
Well,
there?
hold on. You shouldn't be in my house with a weapon because I'm on private property. The city of Kenosha was not private property. Rittenhouse had just as much a right to be there as any other protester did.
So listen, here, I'll give you an analogy. January.
There we
6th,
go.
I'm
So
very
there's
upset
Destiny supporting like open carry at protests. Now, like frankly, the way that the United States is right now, this conditions, the situation, we've got to have open carry there, right? If you want to have a protest, if you want to have a drag show, right? You basically need people there on your side, open carrying as a deterrent to the chuds that are invariably going to show up, right? But I don't think it needs to be like that, right? I think that if you really like take the First Amendment seriously, and you're not some kind of weird Second Amendment sycophant that sees this like, you know, unlimited like right to arm yourself in a place where it'd be really dangerous to do that, then maybe you could have a protest where there aren't guns, right? But no, that's according to the way that the United States operates, that would be a violation of your Second Amendment right. Okay, so we have no First Amendment right. So you have the right to protest, you have the right to freedom of speech, but then if I'm going to point my gun in your face, and if any of these bullets, like, you know, if any of these bullets hit you, it's your fault, right? I don't know. It's kind of it's pretty wrongheaded, even from a naive, Pollyannish, you know, American democracy perspective.
about it. I don't like what happened there at all. I think they were trying to undermine our democracy. If I went in there with an AR-15 or any kind of weapon and I looked for a threat, I'd definitely find one, and then I'd get to kill everybody that I thought was a threat. I mean, that guy you say is lunging for his weapon. From what I saw, that guy's trouble. I get it. He was troubled, I should say. The first guy who got killed, right? And so he goes, maybe he went looking for trouble too. I don't know, right? But he threw a plastic bag that had plastic bottles in it.
Wait. The plastic bag Rittenhouse didn't even see the plastic bag. The issue was no. But the issue is Rittenhouse was running away.
Do you see, like, Destiny has rehearsed these events from Rittenhouse's point of view. That's pretty telling right there, right? If this is a video game, and like, you know, the Destiny's you know, protagonist is Rittenhouse. Destiny's in his head playing Rittenhouse.
This guy was chasing him, and when Rittenhouse turned around with an assault rifle, the guy went to grab the rifle from him.
No,
that's a pretty clear cut. Like,
Stephen, if we fall, and then he got hit with a, like, then he shoots and kills someone. Then he's running through the crowd. He's made the situation 10,000 times more.
He's not making this. He's running away from. He's running to the cops to turn himself in, which is exactly what he should be.
The crowd is everywhere. The crowd is everywhere. He's running through the crowd, and then somebody sees that he shot someone, and they go after him with a skateboard, which I wouldn't have done, right? But now he shoots and kills the guy with a skateboard.
Yeah, because the guy's trying to assault him with a skateboard. If he had a bat, we'd say the same thing.
Steven, okay, look, couple things. Everybody's different. Everybody's different, right?
Yeah.
So I get it.
See, here's what I can't forgive Destiny for, right? His ability to see this asshole walking around a protest with a assault rifle, right? As being reasonably in danger, you know, considering himself in danger, and being justified to do murder, right? Based on that. But he doesn't see everybody there as being menaced by a fucking dude with an assault rifle wandering around there, right? And it's pretty clear what side he's on, right? It's a hostile individual with an assault rifle wandering around your protest, looking for a reason, looking for a justification, right? So in my mind, like, that's the problem. The assault rifle showing up at the protest was the problem, right? In Destiny's mind, the sacrosanctity of private property justifies menacing human life, right? It's pretty gross.
You're scared, and you get hit with a skateboard, you think, all right, I'm gonna murder that guy. For me, I get hit with a skateboard, I don't shoot the other guy.
Cenk, if somebody hits you with a skateboard in the face, there's like a 20% chance that you die. A skateboard?
Okay,
Skateboards
I'll
are a
take
big
the
thing.
chance.
Okay, that's great that you would, but I wouldn't compel a 17-year-old to take that chance in the middle of the mud.
Wait,
especially
wait, Destiny said he was turning himself in and he went home. He actually just went home.
Especially what the people that beat that one dude within an inch of his life, Robert Cobb, the day
What was the intent of going to a riot with a gun? Yeah, exactly. He was looking for a chance to use that.
before that, everybody that went to this protest, they'd all seen videos of that. That's why people went to the riots the second day. That guy got beat to an inch of his life with bare fists.
Stephen, if you say, hey, listen, I see an altercation on the subway, the bus, the street, and I'm gonna go protect not even a family member, but a random woman walking by, working class person, and they're getting picked on, and I happen to see it, and you jump in, I got you, okay? And I actually appreciate you, right? But you make an active decision to drive into what you think is a riot and a dangerous situation with a weapon, and then you get freaked out by the plastic bag and a shot you didn't see and a skateboard.
Look, here's my prediction. Right? Destiny is like 2 or 3 more provocations off of justifying vehicular homicide, like what happened in Charlottesville, right? Based on this, like it's not a far leap to make that. And this is what the Republicans say, right? They're making laws in red states right now that basically find a person who takes their car and turns it into a protest, right? Not guilty, right? That this is the mindset that he's in.
2 people. That's on you, brother.
I gotta say it right now. This guy's a chud. This guy's a fucking chud, right? He may have progressive clothing, progressive trappings, slightly progressive history, but he's a chud. He's got that chud mentality, and it's gonna justify any kind of violence against people that he doesn't empathize with, by people who he does empathize with. And this is what I mean when I say that empathy is not always a good thing, right?
You never should have gone there in the first place. You were looking for trouble, and then you found it, and then you cry like you're a victim? Oh, hell no. And Stephen, the problem here, sorry, one more thing.
Go for it.
The problem here is that if we follow your way of thinking about it, and you tell me otherwise, of course, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if we follow
take the loss and wash the blue out of his hair,
that way of thinking, then everybody's gonna grab a weapon. They're all gonna be in the streets. And the minute anybody looks kind of funny at you or throws a bag or you hear something that's loud or there's a guy with a skateboard, boom, 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 we're shooting each other to no end. That's why stand your ground is a disaster. And wherever they pass stand your ground laws, you have more homicides every time.
So if you have videos coming out of people who are losing their businesses, who are getting beaten by people on the street, who are rioting in a city, the next day, people are going to show up to defend that town. Like, we live in the United States, whether we like guns or we don't, that's the reality of it. Rittenhouse had
you see the narrative he's painting?
More of a right to be there than any of the rioters that were there after dark, that were setting things on fire, that were causing. He had just as much as right to be there, if not more than any other person. In the United States, you are allowed to carry a weapon on you as well. The idea that he was shooting Rosenbaum because he threw a bag at him, that's just not true. We can watch the videos a million times. Rosenbaum was already getting violent before in the night. There is no video of Rittenhouse provoking anybody ever. There is video of Rosenbaum talking to people, using the N-word, saying, I'm gonna fuck somebody up. He was the one that was chasing Rittenhouse for like 20 meters.
Yo, are we doing the he was no angel thing to the victim of the Rittenhouse shooting? Is that what we're gonna do? Look, somebody can be a piece of shit, and like it sounds like I don't know that this guy didn't say something, wasn't using racist slurs, or I don't know what the dude's deal is. I'm not they did, but my belief that that this gun should not have been brought to this protest, right? And these people should not have been unalived is not contingent on these people, the victims being perfect people, right? But he's doing the no angel thing. He's doing the, oh yeah, look at this. You think this guy, you're supporting this guy? No, I just don't want him getting shot, right? I just don't think that should have happened.
Before he Rittenhouse finally turned and shot him. And then the other guy was charging with a skateboard to hit him. Grossgord's charging with a pistol to shoot and kill him, and he got shot. His arm got shot. I don't see the wild chain of events.
Destiny, you're sounding kind of emotional right now, right? I feel like you think you're there. I feel like you're imagining yourself as Kyle Rittenhouse. And you're very much, my dude, you're very much in your feels right now.
So it's like, oh my God, since Rittenhouse was allowed to shoot a guy that was charging him for 20 meters and trying to grab his rifle, and then he shot another guy that went to attack him with a skateboard. Like, yeah, I mean, in the United States, with a guy with an AR-15, that's about what I would expect to happen. And I mean, we're a year or two later. It's not like there's been a deluge of shootings of innocent skaters now by young boys with AR-15. So I mean, it doesn't seem like the landscape changed very much.
No.
What? What? No, there's been a delicious shooting. You could just cut it right there, Destiny. You could just cut it right there. There's been shootings where they're justified on this quasi like castle doctrine, like, you know, justification. Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. He can't find the exact situation. Yeah, like replicated 100% in any of the news that he's read. So therefore, I guess it doesn't exist.
Oh, no. So Stephen, look, there's a couple things here. So number one, the jury gets to decide whatever they decide. And so if they decided, hey, you know what, that was enough of a self-defense, okay, that's what the jury decided. So I'm telling you my perspective on it. And I get that you might technically get away with it if it's a skateboard and you felt, oh my God, the skateboard's a little dangerous. And the guy lunging at me, you know how many guys have lunged at me in my life? If I'd have killed all of them, I'd have killed like 20, 40 guys, okay? So there's the, hey, should he be guilty? That's up to the jury. There's, should he have done that? And I think that's crazy that he went there. He definitely should not have done that. And then, so I'm gonna ask you, so do you think that 10 guys, 100 guys, I don't know, 200 guys with weapons should have gone to January 6th, left-wingers, and said, all right, we're here to protect the peace. I mean, this isn't just our community, this is our nation. And it looks like you guys are here to do a coup. We're here, okay? There's 85 of us with AR-15s. What do you think would have happened?
I mean, I don't know how many people there had weapons. It's based on the, what was the name of the crazy Proud Boys or whatever? It sounds like there might have been more guns than that already on the premises.
No, but there was only guns on one side. If there was guns on both sides, what do you think would have happened on January 6th?
I mean, there were police officers there with firearms that showed up, right? It's not like there was a mass
The police
shootout.
officers let right-wingers do anything they want. They let them
No,
walk.
they absolutely
If those guys were black, they would have gotten slaughtered. If those guys were Muslims, it would have been
If that's true, then we would have seen thousands or tens of thousands of black people killed during the BLM riots, but that didn't happen, right? I don't think black.
Wait, did they bum rush the Capitol? Did they threaten to murder?
Here we
Mike
go.
Pence
Here we go.
and
Do you
But
hear
they burned
this?
down police stations, cars, state
This is
houses.
This is a famous Chud take. This is a
pause.
No, wait.
There were
There's the
millions
pause
of people
button.
protesting.
No. That right there that Destiny just said, that is a famous Chud take, right? That is a famous Chud take.
Your
And
statement
I don't mean Chud logic.
that police officers are looking to indiscriminately kill black people? No,
I did
absolutely.
not say that.
Well,
I did not say that.
in one of your
It wouldn't
videos,
be indiscriminate.
well, hold on. In
It
one of your
wouldn't
videos,
be-
you
a lot of
not
them
that
got
many.
shot.
There were millions of people
Not enough?
protesting. For your statement that police officers are looking to indiscriminately kill black people? No.
To murder Mike Pence and
No,
Nancy
but they
Pelosi?
burned down police stations, cars, state houses.
Yeah, so what he's saying basically is he's trying to compare January 6th to the protests in the wake of George Floyd. You know, like that's what this is a classic Chud take. This is a classic Chud take, right? That's why I say, like, look, I gave him center right before. Now, obviously, some Destiny fans came in there and they're like, that's wild. That's wild. My dude is a liberal. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How far left are you that you can call this guy center right? Some people in my chat are rightfully chiding me for saying I think he's a little bit more than center right, right? And look, I'm given to agree with you here. I'm given to agree with you because, like, I mean, look, this is like this take of comparing, you know, bum rushing the Capitol to hogtie the Congress to force the president who lost the election to stay in office, you know, to force the to prevent the lawful transfer of power after Donald Trump lost that election, right? He's saying, well, you know, it's pretty much on equal par with all this rioting that's going on. No, it's not, Destiny. No, it's not, you fucking chud. Chudstony.
Sorry,
And they got
Kenosha?
shot for it. A lot of
Not
them
that
got
many.
shot.
There were millions of people
Chudstony.
protesting.
Chudstony.
And for your statement that police officers are looking to indiscriminately kill black people? No,
I did not
absolutely.
say that.
Well,
I did not say
in,
that.
In one of your
It
videos,
wouldn't be indiscriminate.
well, hold on. In
It
one of your
wouldn't be
videos, you said if you walked up to a car with a rifle as a black person, you would get immediately killed. And you're making it sound like if black people had shown up for January 6th, they would have gotten killed. I mean,
Yeah,
there was
they
a
would have
lot
gotten
of
killed, yes.
there was a lot of rioting for the BLM stuff. It's not like that many people got killed by the cops. So I think that the idea that cops are just looking to kill black people or black people are going to get killed for rioting more than white people, I think we would have saw a lot more death during the BLM riots if that was the case.
Yeah, let's not put words in each other's mouths, me included, right? So I hear you, but I'm not saying indiscriminately. I'm not saying cops are looking to kill black people. I'm just saying if thousands of black people or Muslim people were bum rushing cops who were trying to protect powerful people like our Congress people, tons of them would have gotten shot. And we can disagree on that. That's okay. You think, no, the cops will just let them walk in like they did with the white right-wingers? Maybe, but I doubt it. Okay, but you didn't answer the core question.
Look, I hate to have to do
If a whole bunch of left-wingers
this,
had gone there with weapons,
but
do you think that would have been a good idea?
I legit got lost, and I can't figure out where the village is now.
No, I generally, from all the data I've seen, the more guns in an area, usually the more fucked up shit is going to be always. Like,
okay, great.
That's just statistically.
I hate to cheat.
That's up against our Second Amendment rights as Americans, right?
I usually don't do
always
it,
compel
but
people to. But I mean, I'm also wealthy. I would compel people to leave your property if you want. When I was poor in college, I probably would have killed somebody if they tried to steal my shit. If I had the opportunity to see it, because that's your lifetime's worth of shit that you put into buying stuff that you have. So you know, like if black people had the ability to defend themselves during the Tulsa race riots, during the Black Wall Street being burned down, for the Koreans to defend.
He's like, okay, so to take your shit in college, right, when you're a poor college student, you're talking about somebody taking your personal property. You're talking about somebody taking, you know, stuff that you need to survive, right? And you're comparing that to property crimes against private property, against, you know, stuff that's approaching capital, right? I'm sorry, it just doesn't, like somebody taking your last like loaf of bread and forcing you to starve is a very different situation than, you know, anything we're talking about here.
And their communities, for the Black Panthers in California that felt the need to defend their communities with rifles. I mean, if minority communities or any community wants to take up arms and defend their community in the United States, you have the right to do that. And if I was going to come down on any side in a conflict there where people start getting killed, I would always come down on the rioters first. For Kenosha, the people that were primarily at fault were the people that were there after dark that were setting shit on fire. Those are the people who have the primary responsibility for everything that happened. As much as we talk about showing up to a riot with a gun and how irresponsible it is, Gross Squirts, the guy that got his bicep shut off, he showed up with a gun.
This is a PR win for Cenk. That's what I've heard people saying largely on Twitter and other places. People are seeing this as a win for Cenk. So as much as anybody actually wins a debate, I guess you could say that Cenk is the winner in this case. And if you want to make me the winner in this case, make sure to hit that like button, right? Make sure to hit the like button on the stream. It helps me out immensely. It is one of your only ways of giving YouTube direct feedback and letting them know that you're enjoying the stream and you feel like more people would enjoy the stream too. And if you feel like if enough people to actually, like, you know, have a big enough community, have a big enough chat to financially support me, were to come in here and make this stream viable so that it doesn't go away from you, you're saying that would be a good thing. And that's a free way that you can make that statement. So make sure to smash that like button.
Almost used it on Rittenhouse, right? So, I mean, yeah.
Well, by the way, two things about that.
Oh, yeah,
Number one,
he donated money to the police. Yeah, the FD Signifier was like, listen, I know you want to debate me. I know your community wants to see you debate me. I will give that to you, even though I don't want to debate you. I will give that to you if you donate money to the was it the bail funds or something? It was a Stop Cop City fund, basically, right? And Destiny's like, okay, I'll donate the money to the police. Ha ha ha. Owned.
Didn't, so apparently you could show restraint even though he got shot. And number two, he shouldn't have shown up with a gun either. Here, look, my last thing on this is, I'll give you the most extreme example. So you remember Charlottesville, of course, the Nazis chant the Jews will not replace us. Now, would anybody begrudge 10, 20 Jewish guys going in there with weapons and going, no, you're not gonna chant this stuff in our community? Well, I mean, that's like the guys that you could least begrudge. I mean, these guys are literal goddamn Nazis and they're chanting against the Jews while carrying torches, right? But if those 10 or 20 Jewish guys asked me, I'd say, I love you, brothers and sisters, and I love your strength, and I love your attitude, but don't go. Because it's guaranteed that people are gonna die if you go, okay? So, and some of them might be you, some of them might be the other guys, but I don't want anyone to die. But to your point of like, oh, me saying, oh, Republicans want violence from time to time, oh, that's crazy. No, they're just like us. No, there's polling. 28% of Republicans say that it's time for violence. So, that's a giant number. And
it is, but I mean, for Charlottesville, as hateful as that riot was, they weren't destroying the city. I think that's a key component that, like, not to mention, and for Kenosha, that city was being destroyed off of misinformation reported about the Jacob Blake shooting. And there were videos of like people getting attacked, of car dealerships being set on fire. It just seems like there's remarkably little empathy for the people whose community, if you go to Kenosha today, if you go downtown, there's still shit that's boarded up that has never opened again as a result of those riots. And people are just fixated on the people that were, I mean, as shitty as it is, defending their community against who they perceived as outsiders that were coming just to destroy it. But
yeah, so look, I keep saying last thing because we're so out of time.
Sure. Yeah,
okay,
sorry, go for it.
One more last thing. So to that point, Stephen, so some people say, hey, riots are the voice of the unheard. And I hear that, and that's a fair point. But by the way, you could maybe make that argument about January 6th too. And so that's a different, very long conversation, okay? But
yeah, I know they're Nazis, but they didn't destroy the cities. So, and listen, if you want to go with this who is no angel, you know, thing, like, I feel like Rittenhouse was last seen drinking with the Proud Boys. Just saying.
That to me does not excuse going and setting a building on fire. No excuse. So I'm not excusing that 1%. Now, but if you think it was just because of like bad reporting on one case, I don't think you even think that, right? You know the context is.
Well, the Kenosha riots happened because of the Jacob Blake misreporting. What A to B, a direct line.
So you know the context of tons and tons.
That's wild. That's wild that he'd make that statement, right? That he'd make the statement that during like a mass movement, a mass like awakening, if you will, about the structural nature of police violence against Black people, that this, you know, event, and like he says riot, but I think he means protest, right? I'm pretty sure that these people like do not differentiate between protesters and rioters, right? And if the cops are going to drive it there, then yeah, whenever there's a protest, there's, you know, shit's going to go a little haywire, and it's, you know, you're going to have something that they want a situation that they can classify as a riot so they can justify the violence that they want to enact on the protesters, right? So, I mean, like, you know, that's what we're dealing with here. He's thought more about this than anything is like, yeah, I know, right? These people are like Kyle Rittenhouse groupies. Okay, I'm not gonna. They're not. I don't want to make too many assumptions, but I mean in the sense of knowing everything, trying to know everything about the situation, having at least a narrative of everything on there, right? So what he's doing is he's taking events that transpired in the wake of George Floyd, but also in the wake of other situations that he's saying were misreported by the media, and hypothesizing that, you know, had the media reported the story the way that he wanted them to, right? That these events never would have happened. And I don't see the proof, frankly. Destroying cities. Yeah. Destiny, this Destiny loss is going to be all over the internet by tomorrow.
Tons of unarmed Black guys being shot by cops in this country.
No, Destiny, the Kenosha riots happened because of Kenosha, Racine being one of the most segregated areas of the country for a decade. George Floyd and Blake blew up the.
Oh, there are not tons and tons of unarmed Black guys being shot by cops.
All right, okay,
but
so you don't agree.
Like Chad Alpha is bringing up a good point. What he's doing is he's oversimplifying an event that has very many causes.
Okay, fine.
Well, how many do you think a year get shot? How many unarmed Black guys are getting shot by cops?
Okay,
and
Steven,
some structural causes as well.
Okay.
Wrap up.
The number's like 12, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So if you look, I think that if you say to all Black people in this country, you're all telling us you've been.
And he's okay with that. And he's okay with that, right? He can live with that. That's all right with him. That's all right with him. Never mind that time after time again, these are unjust shootings. Never mind that the perpetrators of these crimes constantly get away with it, right? That's acceptable. That's fine, right? And I don't trust his statistics. I'm sorry.
Abused by cops, whether it's to the extreme of being shot or pulled over or arrested or something smaller. You've been abused, all of you, tens of millions of you say that. And you've been saying it for 100 years straight. And then we turn around and go, we don't believe you. I think that's deeply offensive. I think it doesn't make sense. I think it's ridiculous. So that's the context in which that riot happens. It doesn't excuse the riot. And by the way, the misreporting, yeah, okay, it turns out he had a knife, but they did shoot him in the back 7 times.
Because he was about to drive off with abducted children. That's a really important part.
He's not a good guy. He's not a good guy.
He was the worst guy. Yeah, but I'm saying that, like,
but
he was about
doesn't mean you shoot him in the back. There's other solutions other than.
They already tased him twice.
Shoot a guy in the back.
They didn't just show up. They were wrestling with outside the house. They tried to wrestle on the ground multiple times. They tased the guy twice.
Rittenhouse for showing up. Okay, so look, I think that this whole thing, the Second Amendment, I got a right to bring weapons. Everybody's everybody's going to bring weapons and we're all going to kill each other. I think it's a disastrous idea. And anyone who were right-wing or left-wing, and by the way, Stephen, we've fought back against any kind of violence, including from our side, even things like that Riley Gaines.
Yeah,
I think
Cenk, we're not on your side, right? Don't call us your side. You're not on the left. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
the swimmer, she goes and gives a speech at some college, and then the leftists surround the room that she's in and won't let her out, and she's afraid for her safety. Cops won't.
Now there's another event that I have not looked into, but I definitely don't trust Cenk's narrative of it.
Let her out because they're afraid for her safety. What are you guys doing? To be a progressive is to believe in nonviolence.
Sure.
We don't do those thug tactics, okay?
Sure, but I will say your guys' coverage of the Michael Reinhold guy was a lot different, and I think that was a shooting that was clearly in the wrong. He was stalking a dude for hours, chased him across the street, shot him in the face, and then ran away, and then gave interviews to Vice, and you guys were comparing that to like, oh, well, if Rittenhouse could kill the one guy that was chasing him, this guy's killing should have been just as supported. I don't know, like when you build up this world of like alternative fact reporting over and over and over and over and over again, like it's not surprising to me that after a while you've got people on the right and left that just live in totally different worlds. So people
Wait,
on the
no,
left are
there's two things that are going on here. Like he's saying alternative fact reporting, and that does go on, especially on the right. But there's also the breaking news factor that, you know, we don't know everything about a situation at the very beginning of the situation happening. Oh God, he's still going on about the anti-trans swimmer, yeah, being a victim, yeah. So I don't know about that situation, but again, I don't necessarily trust. I definitely don't trust Cenk on trans issues. Cenk, we're not the yeah, exactly, cool bees.
Of course, we're going to go riot and burn down cities. Hundreds or thousands
Kilstony strikes again, says Pedro.
of people every year are getting indiscriminately killed by the cops. And then people on the right are like, I don't know why you guys are burning down anything. We lived in a totally different fact world where all of your stuff is misreported, where people like, and then like, even like, you know, like the Rittenhouse killings are being compared to like Breonna Taylor, which is actually a truly tragic case where a woman died for no reasons, where at best, the cops were serving a not great warrant. And at worst, they shouldn't have even been there. And you've got people comparing like Breonna Taylor and Philando Castile, the black guy who got shot and killed in his car because the cops smelled weed, are comparing this to like the Rittenhouse killings and stuff. And it's like, geez, when all of it gets thrown together, it feels like it's easy to take none of it seriously. And that's the kind of thing that's frustrating to me.
All right, I hear you, but I again, we don't agree. And I think that this fetish of guns drives way more violence. It's an empirical fact. The more guns we have, the more homicides there are, the more suicides there are, the more tension we have in the country, the more we distrust each other, the more fearful we are, and the more we strike out against one another and shoot and kill. And what we're trying to do on the Young Turks is to end all that stuff. You know, the right wing, they'll never listen. But for the left wing, we try super hard to make sure that there are no riots, there's no violence, there's no threats. That's not what Martin Luther King stood for, or Nelson Mandela, or Mahatma Gandhi, and we remind our audience of that.
Oh my God,
day in and day
Cenk.
out. We probably do it more than any other show.
Cenk.
Okay. There's anything here we go back and forth for hours for, but I'll respect your time. We're already 20 minutes over, so do you have any final closing words or thoughts, remarks, or anything? Or
Just look, guys, get in the fight, and by that I mean not like debates and not on the street, but I mean do something. If you're frustrated,
He's saying do stuff like join a Brianna Wu org. Yeah.
this is the thing that Stephen and I agree on, right? If you're frustrated about the lack of progress, then support a candidate, support a group. You know, look, I'm lucky I get to form groups, right? Because we've built up some degree of power leverage, et cetera, at TYT, right? But help Justice Democrats bring more uncorrupted progressives in the Congress to fight for you. Help Rebellion PAC get progressives elected that are going to be aggressive and make sure that they get paid family leave passed, et cetera. Help Wolfpack to get corruption out of politics, or form your own organization. You know, and if you love Biden, then support Biden. If you know, wherever it is, but get in the fight and do something. Because if we all just sit around, you know, the status quo is not helping anyone, and it's brutal, and it's going to run us all over. So let's get up, let's fight together, let's win together.
Gotcha. Well, cool. Thanks a lot. Obviously, I encourage my audience to do the same. Get Republicans out of office. I think it'll make a big difference. If you want to vote for progressives, knock yourselves out. But man, get Republicans out of office. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And I mean, people can find you guys obviously at the Young Turks. I don't even think I need to point that out. But yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Yep. See you later. Bye.
So yeah, because this is the Young Turks. Because this is the Young Turks, we don't get to see the Destiny Cope stream afterwards. I'm sure there was a lovely Cope stream. I'm not super intent on checking in on that. I don't need to rub it in Destiny's face that Jink made him look unserious. He is unserious, right? Like as far as like, you know, his whole claim to like being a political pundit and understanding this stuff, being able to, you know, maybe even give like advice. I think that's how he sees himself. And like, oh my God, any Democrat that ends up taking this guy's advice, right? You're accepting somebody's advice who has worse political instincts than Hillary Clinton. So yeah, we got through it, chat. We beat it. The swimmer found out about the finding out part of playing around, and we're supposed to feel bad. Yeah, I don't even know about the situation, right? We're talking about the Destiny's falling. Is he falling off? I don't know. I don't know. Like losing to Boomer Jink is probably not a good look for his fans. I don't know if that's how they'll take it though. Like a lot of the art of being a debate bozo is making it look like you took the W even when you took the L. And Destiny's very experienced at that art. Destiny, yeah, he invented it actually. Destiny's like the wrong side of millennials all bottled up into one position. Yeah, one incoherent position. That's what we're dealing with in Copestany. Finally, that's what I wanted. That's what I needed. I should have gotten it earlier. What? Whoa, okay. And not nearly enough coal either, but whatever. The main thing I need to do is light this area up. Oh my God. So yeah, this is something that I had to do, right? Had to cover this at some point. I decided it'd be better to get it over early with. I was not looking forward to it. These are not two of my favorite creators at all, right? You know, they're two people who at various times I thought maybe like had more utility than they actually had, right? Destiny is somebody that I have talked to on stream before, right? In an effort to try to get through to him. Like he's obsessed with this concept of cancel culture. He wants to see himself as a victim in that sense, right? And I was trying to like talk to him about the real cancel culture that goes on every day if you're a marginalized person. The real gatekeeping, the real disenfranchisement, the real, you know, slander against marginalized people. And he just didn't want to hear it. He just didn't want to hear it. He only wanted to revel in his own persecution fantasies. So yeah, I didn't get through to Destiny. I don't think that Dak Katie got through to Destiny, and you know, it's a lot of people think that, you know, if you just join, you just kind of like, you know, you let these debate bozos use you as a fig leaf on some regard. If you're friendly enough with them, if you treat them with kid gloves, that eventually, you know, you're gonna be able to call them out on, hey, you say that you care about trans people. What about this? It never works. That's what got me harassed for 2 years, is making the mistake of thinking that somebody like Dylan Burns gave a fuck about trans people, right? Or you know, Destiny for that matter, right? These people don't care about us. We're supposed to be there for them. They are never there for us, right? That's the kind of allies they are, whether it's Jink or Destiny or whoever. But Yeah, I mean, I was gonna get so many requests. If I had not covered this, I would have never heard the end of it, right? So I just thought might as well get the unpleasant task of covering this debate over with. And you know, it turns out, you know, there definitely is a difference between Cenk and Destiny. As bad as Cenk is on so many things, Destiny's actually worse. So yay. Debate of the has-beens. Yeah, kind of. So, I don't know if it says this here, right? But if you're a Minecraft connoisseur, you might know that today's date is special to Minecraft, right? This is the date of the 1.2.0 update that has been teased for months and months and months, and it's finally here. As far as what's going on in this update, they've added a bunch of things, but a lot of them are pretty minor. The major things that I can think of, right? The things that I care about that they added are, there's this thing called a sniffer. A sniffer is a mob. It looks like a turtle crossed with a snail, and it goes around sniffing. And you can get one, and you can be buddies with the sniffer. You can be friends with the sniffer. The yeah, it's the Tears of the Kingdom of Minecraft, basically, right? You could be friends with the sniffer, but they didn't make it easy to get a sniffer, because as you can see, there's no sniffers around here. Where are the sniffers at? That's a great question. Where are the sniffers at? The sniffers are in eggs, right? These eggs are in this stuff called suspicious sand. And the suspicious sand, oh god, there's a drown. Do not like. The suspicious sand is, unfortunately, at the bottom of the ocean. It's in like monuments and stuff like that. So basically, I think it might also be, is it also maybe in desert temples? I can't remember. But there's this stuff called suspicious sand. You get it, oh my god, come on. Also, I don't have like any food. Really? Really? Are you serious? That's like all my food. You hear that bong rip down there? That's a drown. Oh my god, I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. Wait, did he just fall in the water? Oh, he's gonna become a drown too. That's how drown get made, by the way. I think, is that like zombies fall in the water, and after they spend a certain amount of time in the water, they turn into drown. And the only thing that's really cool about the drown is sometimes they have, oh my god, I have like no food here. Suspicious sand should be the next Play-Doh upmarket idea. Yeah, there's suspicious stew that's existed for a while, right? Now there's oh, we're gonna have to eat this guy. Yo, he just turned into a drown. Did you hear that? That's the noise. That's the noise they make when they're turning into a chud. I mean a drown. Oh no! Here they're coming from miles around. And unfortunately, that sword actually augments the zombie's reach. So I gotta be really careful in fighting him. Sometimes they'll drop the sword. Right, so the cool thing about the drown is that sometimes they can have a trident. And it's cool and it's bad at the same time. Because with the trident, certain tridents they can like throw at you, right? They can, so it's almost like having a zombie who is also a skeleton. And some of them are really, really powerful if they have the right amount of, like, the right kind of upgrades on them, the right kind of enchantments. But yeah, and I don't want to eat this fish either, because fish are friends. But yeah, I've been waiting for this, if you can't tell, for a little while. Been waiting on this update. And it's mainly because I want a sniffer. Can you be vegan in Minecraft? I am, just because, like, I don't know, like every time I'm like, I put like a you know, I've got like a raw fish or something, or like some kind of meat, I'm just like, I don't really want to. Oh wait, there we go. Yeah, you can be basically vegan in Minecraft. There is some other food that I can get that's like seaweed. Yeah, there it is. But I mean, I don't know. Like, it's silly because it's a game. These are pixels. Like, the meat isn't really meat. I did just eat some zombie meat. I don't know. Is that considered vegan? I feel like eating the zombies is vegan. I don't know. Plant-based zombie meat. Yeah. You got fish, all kinds of fish if I wanted to eat that, but I don't really want to eat that. I'm not a super big fan. So yeah, this is harvesting kelp that I'm doing. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is not the way that I'm supposed to play Minecraft. As a Java Minecrafter, I should be playing hardcore, and I should be giving myself like a challenge where I try to reconstruct like 16 different biomes within like a circle, where each biome is like a slice of the pie. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just I really just want to find the sniffer. I'm all about that sniffer. One chunk hardcore. Yeah, there's all kinds of like, or put like a weird mod on it or something. Actually, I would be down to do that. Like, I want to do the stuff that Dream, like, you know, all those like weird mods that Dream and George used, where they're like, Dream is like a parrot, and George has to protect him, and then Dream can look, Dream can use his flight to go scout out where George needs to go. Like, that sounds like fun. I mean, that's a slightly old meta at this point. Slightly old meta indeed. Oh my god, stop, no, drink your air, drink your air. Yeah, there we go, we gotta drink the air. It's really important to always drink the air. It's almost like tasting the biscuit. It's that important. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think though. I don't see, so what I need to be seeing here, well, if we wanna get a sniffer, right? The first thing we need to do is we need to get suspicious sand. Suspicious sand is gonna be by like you know, various types of monuments, like ocean monuments, not the big ocean temple or ocean fortress. What is it called? Not the ocean not the thing with the guardians, right? But the smaller ones. Yeah, I'm just not seeing any of that stuff. This what biome is this? Or give yourself a challenge to like live on a desert island with like no trees, or try to beat the world in super flat, or try to beat the world in peaceful, or that's what Java Minecrafters are playing. That's what Java Minecrafters are doing these days. Drink your air, drink your air. Yes, drink the air. I should have made a ship. I should have just made a boat. That would have made it so much easier. I like swimming, and usually I can find a dolphin. If you swim with a dolphin, you swim like twice as fast. Yeah, I definitely am not seeing any. Oh my god, no, no, no. Drink the air, drink the air, drink the air. I mean, we got food now in the form of seaweed. And I think there might have been some giant mushrooms back there too. Wait, this is like the same biome up here. I think what we need to find is like, this is like a, I don't know what kind of ocean biome this is, but I think we need to find a warm ocean. I feel like the warm oceans are like shallower and they got more of the monuments. Whereas even if there was a monument here, it would be like, I wouldn't be able to get to it because it's so deep. Meow, hi, you're live on the air. How are you doing? Where am I at? Am I in the, am I in I'm in mod chat. Oh my gosh. See, I'm supposed to be in mod, cast. Because that way people know that if they talk to me, they'll be talking to chat as well. Say hi to chat. Chat, can you hear?
Hello, chat. It's good to see you and
Hey, I'm a hard person to find these days, especially if you're used to finding me in Twitch, right? Do you know about the everything that's gone on in here, let me just I'll just I'll make it easier for a chat to hear.
yeah.
Do you know about everything that's gone on with Twitch?
Yes, yeah. I just like really strange. I went over them with someone else, or rather, I listened to someone else go over them in the morning, and they made it seem like it's going to be so difficult, especially if you're like a smaller streamer to, I guess, make it in like or like to be able to grow. At least that's how it's to me. So.
Oh, so what changes are you looking at?
Let me pull them up because one of them was very particular that kind of like stood out to me. Twitch guidelines. I know that they stopped the what's it called, the 3% thing. I know that they're not gonna have that anymore. But there was something else that I had noticed. Where is it? Oh, I can't even find it now anymore. But one of them I do remember was I can't find it right now. Oh yeah, apparently that they're gonna like try to enforce even more so the DMCA stuff, like even if you just have it in the background. I don't know if that's like 100% the case. That's just what someone was talking about earlier. Again, I don't know.
They have kind of been threatening that one out for a while.
Yeah, and so that one, so it says here, like, we do not allow users to share content on their Twitch channel that they do not own or otherwise have rights to share. And so, you know, that's something that, like, when it comes to like music or to, you know, if it's like in somebody else's stuff, I just kind of like, will it count if I'm not the person? I'm technically like watching a video, but they don't care about the music. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, like it doesn't really um it says that you can like request something from Twitch, but it says like they rack up and then you know your channel uh will be banned essentially. So
Yeah,
um
I don't see how any of this is sustainable. Every move that Twitch is trying to make, right? Even the ones that
mhm,
are trying to make them more financially viable, they're actually having the opposite effect, right? Because if you lose OTK, I mean, as much as I'm no fan of OTK. I'm not gonna say too much because it's a pretty big organization on Twitch, right? But OTK has done some sussy things in the past, right? But yeah,
right.
they're also responsible for what 200,000 concurrent views, like if you put them all together. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's that's gonna mean something to Twitch. They put, I think the OTK account actually put out a statement. Let me see if I can find it here.
Yeah, and like another one, now that I expanded it, there was another one that's like um civic misinformation, and I know that they mean it in terms of like election stuff, but in order, like they're gonna work with an independent index, right? So again, this was just from what I heard this morning that like if you're more open about I guess how should I put it, activism, right, of a very 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 active nature, I guess that also could possibly be like clappable for some reason. um and so I don't know about that, or also if you talk like, because I talk about history and sometimes I talk about Jewish history and Germany, etc. Like the one of the things is like, oh, if you talk about stuff that's used in conspiracy, like conspiracy theories, but it's like I'm talking about it to say like they're not true, right? Like
Hmm.
this is why they're not true. So it's like currently the guidelines aren't very clear about that.
Yeah.
But everything is. Oh, well, another thing too is now they've expanded their off-platform behavior that they can hold against you.
Hmm.
But everything is, just email our internal team and we'll handle it. And I don't know. It's just kind of like, I don't know. Again, like I said, I don't know exactly what it all means, but a lot of it does seem. A lot of it does seem like, oh, like now I have to think about okay, here's the copyright one. um Other, so you can't quote unquote stream snipe, right? But you also can't be performing other people's copyrighted content, including playing another artist's copyrighted songs. um it's like movies, television shows, sport matches, so it's like there's a lot of stuff that like that I have thought about like using as a teaching, because mine is rather like more educational based, my stream. And so there was some like, oh, maybe I could make a clip out of this documentary, but from what I know so far, it seems like even something like that would be considered like transgressing this. So
Yeah, and because we don't really know like how seriously they're going to enforce one, like basically there's a lot that's up in the air. There's a lot that we don't know, and we're not going to know until we start to see people get banned. We see what are you really going to put teeth in? What are you really going to ban people in? or what are you going to DMCA? Like how is this actually going to work? Until we see people start to go down, right? We don't know what that is, and none of us want to be the guinea pigs for that. None of us want to be the first ones to fall to that. So that's why I'm being pretty careful. There were some people telling me yesterday that there were no news organizations or news streams, I guess, really, that were dual streaming, that were simulcasting, right? And that is now in the terms of service. Whether you're a affiliate, whether you're a partner, whether you are just somebody who streams on Twitch and are neither an affiliate or a partner, you are not allowed to simulcast on web-based services like YouTube and Facebook now. But for some reason, it seems like there are, news-based streams that are doing just that. And I don't know if is there an exception that they forgot to mention? Are they maybe not serious? And in the past, they haven't been serious about this. Apparently, this was in the affiliate contract, and I didn't even notice it because I saw that they said you're allowed to co-stream, you're allowed to simulcast now, and I was like, oh, cool, I will do that, right? And I didn't look at the fine print, and the fine print was actually you're allowed to do it as long as it is not YouTube and it's not Facebook. If it's Instagram or TikTok, it's fine. If it's the web-based streaming services, they really don't want you to do that. So, if I don't want to be the one that finds out that they're actually serious about it this time. I want to at least wait around and see if people. But apparently, from what I've heard, there are people still doing that, and the common thing that they had was that they were covering news. So there might be a route forward, right? I know that people really appreciate being able to watch my stream on either YouTube or Twitch, and I want to meet people where they're at, but at the same time, I Twitch is providing me the majority of my income right now, and I don't want to. I don't want to lose that, even though all around the place they are making it harder for creators to make money, whether it's sponsorships or whatever. Yeah, I found the OTK thing.
Okay.
So this is no take this with a grain of salt, right? Because this is OTK, right? They're kind of full of themselves in a lot of ways, right? And it's an organization, right? Who knows who's actually writing this, right? So every so often we find ourselves catching an unsolicited glimpse of our own reflection. This blunt collision with reality serves as a brutal but necessary reminder that our existence, while beautiful at times, is temporal, and that the decisions we made yesteryear will inevitably catch up with us, despite our best efforts to the contrary. That is a wild thing for OTK to be saying. That is a wild thing for the people that they're famous for hosting the parties where the person was asleep and got kind of some unsolicited had somebody creeping on them while they were asleep, right? So yeah, anyway, today decisions have caught up quickly. The backlash you're receiving today, this is to Twitch, right? Now this is not self-reflection that OTK is doing. The backlash you're receiving today, while seemingly specific, is the result of what now feels like years of anti-creator policy. It is the chickens coming home to roost. In this case, the frogs. Yo, we're invoking Pepe here. All right. Once unique and admirable vision of the creator-first platform now feels like it's fading in a distant dream. Reductions of creator subscription revenue, inconsistent moderation policies, and attacks on creators' abilities to pursue their own independent revenue streams have transformed Twitch into one of the least creator-friendly platforms in social media and have undermined the very ecosystem that helped Twitch become what it is. And unlike in the past, these changes have come at a time when live streaming landscape has never been more competitive. Make no mistake, the days of Twitch holding sway over live streaming are coming to an end. The insurgent platforms are on the rise, like Kick and Rumble, I guess. Short form content has seized the Gen Z market share. And for the first time, the very creators that elevated your platform are building your largest and most threatening competitors. They are definitely talking about Kick there. If Twitch continues to erode the autonomy and livelihoods of millions of streamers who now call their service home, you will have to watch as those same streamers pack up and take their talents to the platforms that put them first. Just last week, OTK concluded our new show Elevated in partnership with Allied and Progressive. On June 10th, OTK will host our second annual Games Expo. These shows, as well as other community favorites, cannot exist under the suffocating canopy of these branded guidelines. Small streamers who rely on their once-a-month HelloFresh sponsorship cannot pay their bills under these new guidelines, and the aspiring creators who aspiring creator who has yet to press the go live button cannot do so with confidence under these new guidelines. Simply put, the new branded guidelines and the philosophy behind them need to change. But rolling back policy is not the intention of this letter. Like a car window you pass on your way to work, we simply ask that you pause and reflect. So like you're passing a car window and you like look at yourself and you're like, do I have a little bit of something on my lapel here? You know, like, need to clean that off. I don't know. Did I brush my teeth? Like all that kind of stuff. Is my hair combed? We simply ask that you pause and reflect on your contribution as a platform, reflect on your current position and how you got there. And most of all, reflect upon the role of that creators, big and small, have contributed to your success. Hopefully a new direction emerges from this reflection. There we go. Thank you, OTK.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. Like, I forget what was the one that they were talking about, but they said like, oh, it was Hassan, said like when Mixer was around, like Twitch, because Twitch wasn't so predominant, I guess, in terms of market share, it wasn't able to like, instead it had to make it more amenable to the to streamers, right? Whereas like now that what's it called? Kick pays Amazon because it's like I forget.
Yeah. Basically,
But
Kick is Amazon's structure, or sorry, Twitch's structure, infrastructure, and design with like an overlay on it, right? And they pay for it. So every time Kick makes money, Amazon makes money. So yeah, but they're basically they basically bought their own little like mini Twitch franchise or something. So it's not really like Kick's not a competitor, I guess, of the Amazon brand as much as just somebody, you know, another place that could sweep up creators, right? That creators who are done with Twitch, as I guess Ninja officially is. Ninja is no longer going to be, I mean, Ninja's not as big as he used to be, but no longer streaming on Twitch. Obviously, Trainwrecks has left. Ludwig has been lured away by YouTube and a you know, generous deal with YouTube to bring his Twitch audience over here. And you know, there's countless examples, right? There are a lot of people leaving the platform. There's also people that were banned on Twitch that are going over to places that are maybe less likely to ban them. But like, I don't know, with Leafy, you gotta wonder, right? Have you heard about what Leafy's been up to?
No, I have not.
So I think most people know Leafy. Leafy's famous for the CS:GO harassment videos. Like he'd be playing CS:GO and talking about some like 13-year-old that he's like making fun of, right? And just did these horrible videos on them until finally the famous content cop where iDubbbz came for him and basically you know, made fun of him and ridiculed him the way that he'd done to other people, and you know, he kind of fell off after that. So but Leafy's back, at least in a limited sense, and is operating on Rumble and has been just openly advocating for transgenocide, and among a number of things, right? That see, oh yeah, the other thing is like showing Destiny's wife's nudes on stream. This is what I mean, is like, even on Rumble, I don't know how that person stays unbanned, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do know, like from what I know of Rumble, which is not a lot, but it's that like the couple that owns it or has the I don't know, like the largest stake in it, like they have met with like some of the worst possible people, like, well, I guess like those like free speech absolutists that are right wing, that are like, I want to say literally anything I want, and they were praising them for that, like, oh well, they're willing to just like, well, it's a platform and you can use it for whatever you want. And I feel like that's kind of well, not only is that dangerous, but that's also kind of like reckless. I mean, in my estimation anyway, because it's like, I mean, yeah, sure, you can be like, oh, free speech, but it's like even free speech has its limits, and like the people that are like the people that have either a predominance of their streaming down on Rumble, like certain like Mr. Girl, for example. I'll just use that as an example, right? It's like the fact that the people are still able to bring him over, I mean, just like discuss him on YouTube, right? And it's like this weird, like they're banned, but they're not completely banned, and it's like this really weird setup.
Kind
But
of like
also,
how Alex Jones was for a while.
yes, exactly, yes, perfect illusion, yes, a perfect yeah. But yeah, that's definitely something that comes to mind when thinking about all of this, like, oh, like because Kick is essentially run by that crypto gambling site, right? So it's like that's why they're
Stake.com,
able,
yeah.
yeah, stake.com, right? And so that's why they're able to give out these, multi-million-dollar contracts, because it's like, well, the people that they bring over a very young audience that then buys crypto and then loses it all. I mean, that's essentially what happens. So I don't know. It's like it's a really strange thing that the alternatives aren't actually really good alternatives at all. At least the ones again, like Rumble or Kick. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable being in the similar space as like the again like Alex Jones, for example, on Rumble. So I don't know. It's kind of a strange situation where it's like now that you can't simulcast, right, as you were saying, that means that now you have to do like prepare for again, because I teach, right? It's like having to teach two separate classes now, right? Like you have
Oh
to
yeah.
prepare material for one set and then prepare material for the other, because you want to give people full experiences on both.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's a lot of questions, and I mean, like, it's a complicated thing. YouTube, here's the thing: if Twitch is kind of lucky that YouTube streaming does not have its proverbial shit more together. There
mhm.
are a lot of things, and my Twitch audience like lets me know about this. There are a lot of things that my audience appreciates about Twitch and its streaming setup. Oh my God. Thank you for the membership. No fucks to out of fucks to give.
Yeah, thank you so much for becoming a sponsor.
And I'm gonna try to be filling up that membership with some more goodies than you're used to getting, mainly because like just the future is so insecure on Twitch, and I want to kind of aggregate people to a place that's going to be less of a wild card. Like, right, what it looks like to me is that, like, even if I was okay with all the changes and not bothered, and they were acceptable to me, oh my God, run, 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 like I would still be worried about like the massive fall off of streamers on Twitch and the resultant fall off of viewership, and like the viability of the platform as it tries to do. Damn it, knew that was gonna happen.
No,
I
I completely
might as well just like
No,
let's.
I completely understand what you mean, because like for myself, like because like now that the academic year is over, I had been planning to dedicate more time to streaming, and essentially I kind of now can't, because I'm like, well, like the rules are so vaguely written that even if I'm talking about something in a historical context, it doesn't say that that's permissible if you're adding that context. It's like just talking about it in and of itself is that, but it's like I would hope that they would make the distinction, right? But like you said earlier, like no one wants to be the first person to find out, like, oh, so like definitely I would say that I'm one of those people that that would otherwise have kept streaming, but that I kind of don't see how I guess I kind of don't see what I don't want to say I don't see a future, but because that would technically be incorrect, but rather I see that it's like more complicated than
Mm-hmm.
how it seemed like a few months ago, for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's and you're kind of like stuck in this holding pattern trying to figure out what exactly is going on, because there's a big difference between having to worry about covering content where you're exposing things that are messed up, and being held to a terms of service that doesn't differentiate you debunking that stuff from you being a proponent of that stuff. Like that's
Right,
been an
exactly.
issue with YouTube, frankly, in the past for me, and it's one of the matters that really complicates YouTube. I am a YouTube girl. The natural place for me to be, the natural place for me to stream and do my content, would be YouTube, just given like my own like consumption of content. But it just like stuff like this really makes me take a second guess. But hey, if Twitch is gonna be as bad as YouTube is in its worst ways, and then be worse than YouTube in a lot of other ways, then that kind of makes my decision for me, doesn't it?
Right, exactly. And see, I actually found what I was mentioning earlier, the one that had me confused because when I read it, I'm thinking, and this goes to what we were just talking about a second ago. Um, yeah, the quote is saying like you can't show any of that stuff, right? Like, even within its historical context, and then it says you can't show this, and this, comma, quote, even for the purpose of denouncing such content, end quote. So even though, obviously as a historian, I am talking about these historical examples, even if I'm saying like we need to learn from this to not have, like never again means now, they kind of have it written where it's like, well, technically they don't want to see it at all. So it's like this weird, like, even like as a historian, like, what do I do? It's like I can't talk about something if I don't show, like I can't just read or something, right? Like that wouldn't be
Compelling,
worthwhile.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That wouldn't be compelling, and also I would feel that that would be a huge disservice because the visual and the audio visual is so necessary when talking about a lot of these things. So the fact that they put that clause, even for the purpose of denouncing it, makes it difficult as a historian to do it because obviously when I talk about like, oh, stop. Sorry, my puppies are playing right now.
I thought I
So,
heard something. Yeah.
yeah. um, so, like one of those things is like, if they put it in the rules that even if you're saying like we don't want this to happen again, that doesn't well, I don't want to say exculpate you, but that doesn't protect you from that, then that means that I can't really talk about anything that I've talked about in the past or that I was meaning to talk about. Like today, I was talking about Thomas. Well, I've talked about it before, even with you, about the um, uh, constitutive or constitutive elements of genocide. Right? It's like what leads a society to become okay with it, right? Like, and so I was, but then I'm thinking, well, if I were to show the video that I was planning to, it shows like a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like, and it's from and it's even from a leftist creator. Like they're actually known for making their feature length leftist documentaries. But I'm thinking, well, technically speaking, under this rule, because it says even if you're denouncing it, well, what do I do then? Like, it doesn't matter if I'm saying, oh, this is bad, or we need to learn from this. They already have it where it's like that isn't good enough of a defense, so to speak. And so that leaves me kind of out to out to dry because I can't do anything with that. So sorry for going on.
No, no, it's like a lot. It's like it's really frustrating because like like I mean I get what they're trying to do. I think is it like if these changes, if I were to guess, are in the service of letting sponsors of Twitch, that is people that put the ads on Twitch, not any ads that or sponsorships that we do or any affiliate stuff that streamers do, but like the ads that go, the pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch, which if you've watched me on Twitch, you're probably pretty familiar with, unless you have a sub on Twitch, which gets you out of that stuff. But you're if I was to guess, it's that they want to make sure that those people buying ads have a better assurance that their ads aren't going to be placed juxtaposed with something that is going to reflect negatively on the brand, right? But the unfortunate thing is like that we're talking about stuff that you need to hear about, important stuff, like, right, especially in times like these, crucial stuff to be talking about. And also, the stuff that the algorithm cares about. I'm trying to imagine the perfect streamer for ad friendliness, and as much as I always joke about it, and I do try to not like say like curse words as much, because I know that every day I kind of have to justify my existence to YouTube. I'm not always just thinking about like what can I like get away with, like what can I do that will not get me in trouble. A lot of times I'm sort of thinking about what can I do that it's going to make YouTube, when they look at my channel, to decide if I'm worth the controversy of like talking about subjects like these, right? A controversy to advertisers, right? Not like file controversy or anything drama like that, but like actual controversy to the advertisers. Then I'm gonna have to show like a certain, I feel almost like obliged, even though I don't make that much money off of ads, to have a certain number of my VODs and videos get monetized, so that when YouTube looks at me, they're seeing me as more of an asset than a liability. Because I know that those decisions are kind of like, they don't always go on with like a lot of like understanding from the creator of why they're happening. So yeah, there's with YouTube, it's not even all the stuff that is officially in the community guidelines, although there's a lot of that, but it's also stuff that is you gotta kind of always be guessing, what about the unwritten guidelines, right?
Exactly, and that is why there's another part here that also kind of like, I see what Twitch is trying to do, right? Like, because we cannot. I mean, it's very difficult to argue intent. That's the reason why, like, even in law, right? Like capital crimes, like they're like the amount of evidence has to be, very indicative of such happening before they could even consider saying it was first degree, whatever it might be. But it says that you may not, regardless of your intent, right? You may not, and then it starts to say, even just showing things like that, right? So again, it's again, I understand what the point of it is. Like, yes, we don't want a whole bunch of people showing, and I'm not like, make an exception because all I want to do is show it. That's not my point. But it's like, what does it mean, right? Like, does it mean if I bring up like a picture of the person, would that count, right? Because it's like it get like the examples it gives are very specific ones, like flags or specific symbols. But like, there was a video that I was planning to sort of look at that talks about the misappropriation of those symbols by right-wing extremist groups in particular. Now I'm like, well, I can't talk about that because they say regardless of your intent, you can't show them on there. So it's like, even though they're showing how they've been kind of reformatted, right, and that they've kind of been, sorry about that, that they've kind of been like recalibrated, right, to for as time went on, that they're trying to harken back to the Vikings, etc., the Germanic tribes, that now I can't show them because, like, in the YouTube video, the historian that shows the 1930s to 1940s German edition, right, and then like juxtaposes it with the, like, see how they've taken this like original Scandinavian runic symbol and sort of made it used for their purposes, right? And so then that again, for me it's like, what do I do? It's like he's showing both contexts, but and I'm discussing them, but then I have to give that historical background too. But if they say regardless of your intent that you show it on there, then that takes away my agency to a great degree, because it means that, like, even though I'm talking about it to discuss how those symbols have been co-opted by the right wing, because they have been, now I can't show them even in their original forms. So again, it's like, even though a lot of my content was geared towards trying to show people like how right-wingers have tried to appropriate stuff that's otherwise, historically something that they've tried to do. If I'm, or go into detail about specific events in history or people in history, I really can't, because again, there's this weird like line where it's like, yes, they're like, oh, well, we do want like educational content, but also don't show this regardless of whatever your intent is. It's like, well, it's kind of hard to discuss, something like symbols or art or, anyway, yeah, I'll just.
I mean, like, yeah, like at this point, I'm like thinking the only safe content that I could think of doing would be like biochem, like topics. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, like, that's great, but now I'm like, well, with Thomas Kuna, I actually brought out like a whiteboard and wrote stuff down, because I'm like, I don't want to show the like, I found a clip that sort of talks about like, essentially those things from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum about, like, how did German society come to accept, et cetera, like the. And I was gonna play bits of it for stream, but for today's stream, but I couldn't, because I was like, it shows them wearing their uniforms. It shows them, it shows people, like a suburban home that's flying the flag, like the way how here in America people fly the American flag all the time, right? So it's like, what do you, and I'm like, I don't know, like, this language is kind of weird, because it's like it's used, like, I can see that it's used so then that way, like, right-wing people cannot say, well, it wasn't my intent to use it this way. But then also it leaves someone who's like left-wing, like me or you and Polly and everybody else, like, in this weird state where it's like, well, it's literally like, even if our intentions are good, and the purpose of our entire stream is to be like, be cognizant of these symbols, be cognizant of how these appropriations happen, the history, etc. So for me, that's kind of why I kind of like announced in my Discord, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to stream anymore, because, like, I don't know what these rules mean, and it doesn't seem like I don't know, right? It's too up in the air for me right now. So
Yeah, it's
anyway,
scary.
yeah. But anyways, I won't keep you any longer. I know I've been chatting a little bit too much, so
No, it's an interesting topic, for sure. And it's like, whether you're a content creator or on on YouTube or Twitch, it's a difficult world to navigate, and Twitch has just made it a little bit more difficult. So, you know, I mean, I think people appreciate hearing about the struggles that we face in making this content, especially in bringing you content that you need to hear. And you know how, like, you know, like when I'm talking about the monetization, I want people to understand, right? I am not defending, like, I try to understand their motivations. I'm not defending those motivations. Those motivations are really frustrating to me, as far as the weird kind of like safety that they want, paired with the engagement that they expect, and paired with our responsibility to our audience to, like you said, warn about, make it like one of the best things about ContraPoints is that, you know, even though she was a very mainstream creator, definitely, you know, like had her own issues with a lot of things, right? She's teaching her audience to recognize, for instance, like hate symbols that are less common than the ones that everybody knows. And I think there's a utility to that. She's talking about how the right wing operates, how they couch everything as a joke, and it doesn't, you know, the joke doesn't land until it does, right? And it's hard. It's can you imagine, like, yo, if you want to talk about Contras decrypting the alt-right video, oh my god, I don't know if you could, according to those new rules on Twitch, I don't think you could watch that. I think they might have just made ContraPoints illegal to react to.
Right, exactly. And so, like, again, for me, since I always talk about historical, you know, events, some of which happened, you know, some of which particularly include the Jewish people, or, you know, or other peoples as well, it's kind of like, well, what do I do? Like, I can't, like, does it mean I can't show, like, and that's the thing, is like, everybody seems to be having lots of questions. And for me, it's like I have so many questions that it's kind of like I don't even know what I could do, which is why I brought out a whiteboard to do a deep dive today, because I couldn't show like the video clips, and you know, like I like, you know, I mean, using the whiteboard is great, but you know, like if you can't show people right what's going on, I was honestly was just really anxious the whole time, because I'm thinking like, oh no, what if I bring up the name of something, or what if I like you know, or what if I, you know, when going over this, like, you know, like it's just it's, again, there are a lot of questions, and I wish that Twitch would try to answer them a bit better. But anyway, like I said, I don't want to keep you because my puppies are starting to play.
Okay. Well, you take care of those puppies. Thank you for talking to us, Shaxpa. Everybody, if you are not already, follow Shaxpa on Twitch and also on YouTube. Are you Shaxpa on Twitter as well?
Yes, at Shaxpa, yes.
Yeah, so those are 3 great places to catch up with Shaxpa. See what's... Oh my gosh, that's scary. We got the warden in here. All right, well, take care of those puppies. Thank you so much, Shaxpa.
Okay, thank you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh no! Wow. That was interesting. So yeah, I made my Minecraft a little bit more interesting by getting back to doing what I do best, which is the deep, dark exploration, ancient city here. It's getting pretty cleaned out, but there's like some random wardens still around. I keep on running into these wardens, and so it's not exactly safe yet. But I feel like I've kind of like gone all around the periphery of the ancient city, and you know, taken out most of the dangers there. So yeah, it's pretty traversable now. Even if you do get a warden that spawns on you, usually now you're not like wandering off into like another warden's territory. So that's definitely good. My guess is that Twitch is not intending to target people like you, but you might get caught up in the crossfire. I want to see the sniffer thing. Yeah, I do too. I might have to do some off-screen work for that. And in fact, what I should have just done, honestly... Wait, did we just get another warden? Yep, there's another warden. Oh, that's a real one. That's not a drill. Oh, sniff, sniff, sniff. That's the bad sniffer, though. We don't want that sniffer. We do not want that sniffer right there. That's not a friendly sniffer. Oh, look at that. We got a little magma block right there. Let's take a look. See, can we see the warden? I don't see him. I don't see the warden. I'm so good at getting away. Somebody was complaining the other day that, or not complaining, but noting that they were watching me, telling somebody else that they were watching me play the Deep Dark and, you know, kind of seeing the warden for the first time, seeing all this stuff for the first time. And their friend asked them, what does the warden look like? And they were like, actually, I don't know. I don't know because she never actually, you know, stays around when the warden spawns. And that's, you have to run. Basically, if you've seen the warden, you're usually getting killed by the warden. And unless you're like looking at the warden from far away under a telescope. But yeah, like I said, look at all this that I've gotten cleared out here. Right? It is very, very cleared out. Wait, you know what I should do, chat? Okay, I cheated earlier today. Let's do it again. Because I want to show you something. The next thing I should do probably after I get this cleared out is... So I'm only doing I'm not going to do anything with this creative mode. I want to show you the ancient city. I want to show you like what all the stuff that we've lit up, all the structures. Obviously, yeah, this thing is like, you know, it's a decaying ruins. Interesting little details here though, because like, right, if you look right here, that looks like that bridge fell apart and somebody built it back. Well, obviously those are mine, right? But like there's these little parts of the structure that looks like somebody came along, found this ancient city and tried to start repairing it. I wonder what happened to them. I wonder what happened to them. They do not seem to be here. I wonder what happened to them. Yeah, see, so there's lots of little teasers about like, what is the backstory to these ancient cities? What's going on here? Who built the ancient cities? Who tried to rebuild them? What happened to the people that tried to rebuild them? Why are there all these candles here? It's almost like some kind of ceremony is taking place. And of course, the biggest mystery at the center of it all right here, look. That looks like a portal to me. And if you go back here even more, right? You go back here a little bit like this. It's in the shape, it kind of looks like the shape of the warden's head. Like that looks like the warden, right? So there's a portal shaped like a warden. It's got these blocks. They're incredibly hard. Now, unfortunately, you'd think, okay, so light it up. No comment check. See where the portal goes. Well, it doesn't go anywhere right now. There's no lighting it up. There's no activating it. It's not a functioning part of Minecraft. But it does make one think that maybe they might add something here in the future, which could be really, really cool. But yeah, that's the center of it. And as I dive onto the, yeah, see, look at this ceremony. They're doing some kind of ceremony here. What's going on with this? This is a mystery waiting to be solved. Here we go. So yeah, there's another part of the mystery, right? You can go inside the monument, and you kind of have to like find the secret place to open this up. But there's all this redstone in here, and it's almost like it's like teaching you principles. It's like how to do the redstone signal goes through this block, but it doesn't go through this block. Huh? Interesting, right? There's all kinds of little, it's like a science fair or something, right? In here. It's a redstone science fair. But yeah, it's got kind of a center, and then it's got like a periphery. I think at the extremities there's like gates. It's almost like you're the city gates or something. You're coming into the city gates, but I'm not really seeing a lot of place that oh, well, look. You want to look at a warden? Let's look at a warden. Where's that warden? Where's that warden? Where did that warden spawn? Warden, where are you? Where did you go, warden? Where you at? I hear the warden. Where could the warden be? You spawn another one? I don't know where the current warden that I hear it. Where are you, warden? He went down under. He went back underneath. Yeah, I want to show you this warden. Is he snoring? Maybe the warden is sleeping. I mean, no, he's very active right there. We'll spawn another one. I just don't know where the Shrieker is even. So I'm in creative mode right now, so I'm safe. That's him? Let's have a look-see. Hello, Mr. Warden. Look at that. So I'm in creative. He's not noticing me, but what he will notice is like sounds, right? Right? You make sounds? No, I guess not. I don't know, maybe it's because it's me making the sounds and I'm in creative, so he's like not noticing. But generally, you can draw his attention, draw him to certain places with sounds. So if you want to avoid him, if you could just, oh my god, you're gonna go back underneath? Yeah, there you go, digging back down underneath. Oh, here comes another one. Does it still give me the effect of the, oh, it doesn't. It doesn't give me the blindness effect. There's another one. It's the warden. That's what he looks like. Up close and personal. He's got kind of like an open rib cage there with like a little glowing heart, antlers that are glowing. You know, as far as his attacks, right? He's got one attack that's kind of like the Iron Golem, like where he swings his arms and he hits you. And that pretty much insta-kills you. Unless you got really strong armor on, that insta-kills you. He's got another attack. If you're further away, he can shoot a Biden blast at you. And some people who've watched me, you probably know about the Biden blast, right? He does the Biden blast, and he shoots you from like a distance. And he can even shoot you like through the wall and stuff. It's very, very frustrating. Very, very OP. It takes 2 shots to kill you. Oh, look at that. See, like, now it would be totally cheating if I were to go down here. Like this. And I were to destroy these, right? But yeah, since you don't normally get to see this dude, I thought I might pay him a little visit in creative mode. Let's oh yeah, this is that gate thing I was talking about, like, right? It looks like a city gate. Oh, look, here's a place that I haven't lit up. So there definitely is stuff. There's work to be done. There's work that I need to do, but for right now, I need to just go back to the... I'm gonna go back to the staircase and get out of creative mode. But yeah, really interesting addition to Minecraft, the ancient city added with... Oh my god, can somebody tell me, is it 1.8? Don't tell me that this has been here since 1.8. Has it really been that long? It can't be. Is it 1.14? I'm not even sure. I'll have to look it up. Wait. When was the warden added to Minecraft? One 1.17. So this update is 1.20. I guess like what Caves and Clips update 3 updates ago, which is, you know, given how Microsoft is doing these updates, it's kind of a while. It's a decent amount of time. Anyway, speaking about a decent amount of time, this stream has gone on for a decent amount of time. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for suffering through Destiny versus Cenk with me. And I will see you again. Let's see, what is today? Today is Tuesday? Yeah? Wait, is it? Wednesday. My God. My God. Today is Wednesday. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll probably see you again on Thursday or Friday. I gotta figure out what to do. There should be more content coming at you. I am gonna be trying to make more things, especially stuff that that either Patreon and the members on YouTube will get first, or Patreon and the members on YouTube will get exclusively. So yeah, I don't know why. Where did Tuesday go? Where did Tuesday go? There's a song about that, I think. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Make sure to hit the like button on your way out, and I will see you again soon. Make sure to join the Discord so you know when I'm going to see you, because I'm all over the place, and you know, I need to communicate that better. Anyway, much love everybody, and oh yeah, this is how I used to end stream. Moe Kyun. It's like this magical spell that I cast, and make you